Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good.
It's gone. He's in. Touchdown.
Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them Resto Pros of the Midlands. Resto Pros, MidlandsSC.com. The Barndo Co. builds dream homes in the Carolinas. And you can head to the BarndoCo.com and build yours today. And there are many of you who have done that. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And most importantly, thank yourself. You got a sweet joint. You got a sweet pad now where you can watch the Gamecocks play whatever ball you want to watch them play. It is Tuesday. It is March the 4th. And that is the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan, not breaking into one of his SEC co-hosts' houses this week, which is awesome. I, of course, am JB. And
as far as you know.
Mad Dogs at Master Control. Strick will be here at 11. And he said if we want him to, he can stay the whole hour. So we'll see what he's cooking up as to how long we want to keep him around, Mike.
Well, sometimes it's better to leave a party a little early than a little late. I think a lot of our guests apply that when they jump on the show. We love Strick. We could talk ball with Strick all show long.
And bourbon.
I've known John for quite some time. Covered those Lou Holtz teams, and we had let's just say some mutual acquaintances. And John is one of those guys who just there's a lot of former players, and I say this as respectfully as I can to the many analysts I've worked with in radio and television. The best players don't always make the best analysts. It's the people that very often were not gifted with, and I'm not saying John's not a gifted athlete, but I'm sure John would be the first one to tell you he had to work his butt off to get to where he did, and had to be a little bit analytical and on the mental side to really learn and understand. And I think people would be surprised how much offensive linemen have to learn, like the mental game. It's not just like be big, go up there and hit the guy across the line. So many things that go into these playbooks now. And unfortunately, we've seen this a time or two the last couple of years at Carolina. If you miss an assignment, you can cost your team a game. Not just a play, not just a series, but a game.
Right.
And John was a part of those offensive lines and had great offensive line coach in Googe, who was ridiculously fired. And the next thing you know, he pops up in the NFL with the Giants, one of the many gaffes that happened during that time. But those offensive lines were stout. They weren't full of first-round draft picks like in Alabama or Georgia. But man, they got after you and they played smart. They did not make a bunch of mistakes. If you did, it was your ass with Lou Holtz. But they were well coached. They were cerebral, and they were a big part. They don't get enough credit, I think, overall. They don't get enough credit for those 2000, 2001 successful seasons that really helped turn the program around.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that totally. There was those teams that he played on. While they obviously had some moments they'd love to have back, one in particular, of course, or two in particular, in 2003 and 2004, they were better actually than what their record was, if you ask me. There was actually a lot of talent on those 2003, 2004 teams, and
what was Strick's first year?
2001
and one, yeah. So he was on the second Alpec Bowl.
The team was pretty good.
I mean. The if you go back in time, I don't think people realized, and may he rest in peace. I still can't believe Phil Petty's no longer with us.
Oh God, I know.
But I don't think people realized how important Phil Petty was to the success of that offense. And then when he finishes, Corey Jenkins was a stud athlete and a really good young man. I was always impressed with the way he would take the microphone after a tough loss and a bad performance. He didn't hide. Some guys run to their locker and hide. That was never Corey Jenkins. And he was older than most of the guys, so he was a little more mature. But and there was a drop-off in quarterback production. And then the Dondriel Pinkins thing, just never took off.
It just didn't work. No.
Just didn't work. So Carolina found itself in a like the program was catching up in all these other areas, right? Like some really good defenses, some really good running backs, some talented wide receivers, and just talked about the offensive line, but they couldn't get it right at the quarterback spot.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that right, there's just only so far you can take it. Only so far you can go.
Well, shoot, I remember in 2004, there was a huge case to be made for Blake Mitchell. Blake was a highly touted quarterback, and of course, I've known Blake a long time, and Blake's a great guy, great dad. Blake was a good quarterback. Now he was inconsistent, and Blake had his off-field issues as well, just like Steven did. But that 2004 team, you can make an argument that Blake Mitchell probably should have been the starting quarterback often.
Yeah.
But of course, hindsight.
Blake threw a pretty ball, man.
Oh,
Blake
he did.
He threw a pretty ball.
I think Skip wanted him to be the quarterback, but
I think so too. That's a whole other. You could write a couple chapters on what Lou did to Skip, which I thought was completely wrong.
Yeah.
Once Spurrier came in and put Blake into the cockpit, Blake looked like a pretty damn good quarterback. Made a lot of big plays in big games. You mentioned the off the field stuff. That was, unfortunately, that might have led to Blake's demise. But Blake was a more than capable passer.
Yeah. Well, glad he didn't transfer. He thought about it. If anybody hasn't listened to his episode on Chin Music with Coach Holbrook, he tells that story.
Oh, he was on. Well, when was he on there?
Oh, probably last fall or maybe late last summer. Yeah, somewhere in there. It's a pretty good episode. Blake's living down in Mount Pleasant now and doing quite well for himself.
The pride of LaGrange, Georgia.
LaGrange, yep, good town. Speaking of football, in about 5 minutes, Shane Beamer is one of 5 witnesses today on Capitol Hill. How about that, Mike? The U.S. House Subcommittee will have another hearing on college sports and name, image, and likeness. Josh Whitman, who is the AD at the University of Illinois, Emily Cole, who is an All-American track athlete at Duke University, graduated in last year, 2024. Anthony Egbo Jr., played football at Abilene Christian. He graduated in 2024. And how about this? Justin Falcinelli, who played football at Clemson. He is the vice president of the College Football Players Association. He is there. Shane Beamer is the only head coach that is there representing the sport. The title of the hearing is Moving the Goalposts, How NIL is Reshaping College Athletics. I have right here Shane Beamer's letter to the committee, and this is what he'll be questioned on today. He's not like for anybody wondering, Shane Beamer is not like in any sort of like legal trouble or anything like that. He's a witness to the future of college athletics. But before you attend the hearing, you're asked to write a letter to the committee or the subcommittee in this case, right? And then they have a bunch of little staffers and people that run around and they kind of pick it apart and figure out his words, and then they'll question these guys on what they're saying. Mike, I'm going to quit. This will take me about 1 minute. I'm going to quickly read the letter that Shane wrote. I think it's a very interesting letter and something that we need to talk about. A lot of people need to talk about. John will probably want to talk about it when he gets on today, and it's the head football coach of the team that we cover. So it's probably worth knowing what it says. Tuesday, March 4th. Good morning. My name is Shane Beamer. I'm the head football coach at the University of South Carolina. It is a privilege to speak to you today about the future of college sports. I've spent the last 26 years coaching college football. Outside of my family, developing college football student athletes has been my life's work. As some of you may know, my father was the head football coach at Virginia Tech. I myself played high school football and baseball and went on to play football at the college level, competing for a football national championship alongside my father. The experiences that I've had as both a student athlete and as a coach have fundamentally shaped me into the man that I am today. We're at a critical crossroads in college athletics, and quite simply, we need your help. The system is long overdue for change. The current situation is unsustainable. A national bipartisan federal law will provide equal opportunity for all student athletes to benefit from NIL and create a uniform standard to ensure we're all playing by the same rules. I believe we can all agree that the college student athlete experience is worth preserving. A college education is invaluable, especially given the reality that less than 2% of college student athletes advance to professional sports careers. A federal law codifying the settlement will maintain an education-based model for college sports while ensuring the opportunity for student athletes to earn a degree and the tools necessary to be successful in life after sports. Action by this Congress will also provide much-needed stability essential to college sports and expand current benefits enjoyed by many student athletes: free tuition, room and board, educational grants, academic support and tutoring, medical and mental health support, nutrition support, life skills development, superior coaching and training, and extended medical coverage. That's been a hot topic. If you do not act, college sports will be destroyed by never-ending litigation and conflicting state laws. And designating student athletes as employees is not the right path because an employment model will drastically reduce the number of sports a school is able to offer. In contrast, a federal law will guarantee the future of Olympic sports that help develop future Olympians. In sum, college sport is at an impasse, and we need your help. The stakes are high, and the future of our nation's student athletes will be decided in the near future. Thank you for your time and consideration of a topic that is personally so important to me and hundreds of thousands of student athletes. Okay, maybe it took me 2.5 minutes, but so there's, Mike, I think he's saying what a lot of coaches are saying. But one of the things that I think you talk to coaches all the time. I'm not just football coaches, Mike, basketball coaches and baseball coaches and ADs and administrators and people who don't even know the names of some of the folks you talk to when you're on campus and things like that. And I think one of the things that gets forgotten about is every time this conversation comes up, it really focuses around football. And then it's like, oh, yeah, basketball. Oh, yeah, baseball. And then there's really nothing after that, right? And a lot of the administration, and luckily here you got a football coach who is not just talking about football. He's saying, hey, look, there's a lot of tennis teams and swimming teams and track teams and all these other teams. If you want to make these people employees, that's fine. But a lot of this is going to go away. And what is Title IX at that point in time, right? So there's a lot to figure out. But that's the letter from Shane Beamer that we just read there.
I think I know the answer to this, but it didn't say that in what you just read. But why is it the assumption that if we made them employees, we would lose Olympic sports?
Well, I think it's because of the revenue share and where I don't know all the, Mike, I can't speak for anybody. I know South Carolina's is going to be 20.5 million, right? And so
everybody's is 20.5. That's the one constant.
That's where you start. I think
right.
I think it'll go up, right? But when you
it goes up year by year based on the TV revenue, yes.
And when you get to the 20.5, correct me if I'm wrong here, that can be divided however you'd like to divide
Correct.
it. So like Georgia's 75% football or 85%, something like that we saw the other day. Somewhere in there.
Yeah. In fact, JC did a whole thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the exact number? Is it 14, 15 in that range?
15.5 million, I think, right?
Okay.
So what is that?
That sounds right.
75%.
And then the other majority is men's basketball because, again, that makes money.
Right.
The NCAA tournament alone,
mm-hmm.
billion with a B. So those sports will get – they're also the most popular.
You're correct.
If we're being honest about it, it's really not even that close. Those are the most popular, and so those get the most money. Right. Now, some schools can elect to give more to baseball or women's basketball or what have you. But make no mistake about it, if you're in the SEC program, the last thing you want to tell your fan base is, we've decided that football, we're going to pay our football, our payroll for football. It's going to be $2 million less than every other SEC team. That's a good way to get fired.
$1 less sends a horrible message to your fan base. $1. $1. And so I think the word that Shane used in that letter, the phrase that he used, when he mentioned destroying college sports, never-ending litigation and conflicting state laws. And I think what he's getting at here, and again, I haven't spoken, we had Shane on, but we didn't get into any of this, right? I think what he's getting at here is there are going to be people out there who could care less. They're going to run it like a business because that's what it is now. It's a business. And so if you're going to bring employees into this deal and you got to pay for all their benefits, you got to do all these things, you got to put them on salary. Well, that group of employees over here, which is the swimming and diving team, they lose money. Let me give another example, and you're going to know what I'm talking about here. Women's basketball. South Carolina women's basketball lost like $5.5 million last year. That is public record. That is not me pulling a number out of thin air. Okay. And I'm not saying that Jeremiah Donati or whoever would take a national championship program and throw it in the trash. That's not what I'm saying at all. And there is something called Title IX out there, but you can bet that there will be some sort of lawsuit. You can bet that state law or that somebody in state legislature is going to get involved who are on the board of trustees of some of these institutions, wherever they may be, and say, well, I don't care how many titles they've won. They're losing all this money, and this football program doesn't win anything, but they make $100 million. So we're going to give them more money. And I think that is where Shane Beamer is speaking, in my opinion here, just on reading his letter. He is speaking from the human mind and how he anticipates different people in different programs in different states and different athletic departments operating. And I think that that's scary for the future of college athletics, quite frankly.
Yeah. Part of me is still, part of me is still a lot to unpack, to say the least, in a limited segment.
Well, we're good. We can double. You're fine.
I'm still convinced part of the reason why, call me cynical, they don't want to call them employees is because then everybody has to pay taxes.
Yeah.
You understand that all these millions of dollars that go into the coffers of these universities' athletic departments, you don't pay taxes on that.
You know, all the money that's going to the school, to the players, that's all 1099. Do you realize that too?
Yeah,
right?
They'll be taxed.
They'll be taxed privately. Like, they're not going to have the taxes removed. So Mike Morgan, who's the shortstop at South Carolina, gets a deal with the local car dealership, and they pay the school, and the school pays them when that new format comes. Right. You're 1099. It's on Mike Morgan to pay your taxes, not the University of South Carolina.
Right. Thank you, Love Chevy. Yeah, no. But in theory, they're going to have to pay taxes. But the millions upon millions of dollars that are going to the athletic departments, those are tax-free.
Those are tax-free, right?
So how are they tax-free?
Yeah, I don't know what that.
Okay, so I think the tax system in America is freaking nuts anyway. And if you actually got to see where our tax dollars went, you're seeing that exposed.
Well, you're starting to see some of that.
Yeah, you're seeing. I mean, there's fraud all over the place, and you're handing over your money for a lot of things that are not helping us at all. But that being said, it's always been kind of a very convenient that because they're universities, that money is not taxed. Well, if we start if we start making this a true employer-employee setup,
yeah, that'll be taxed.
That would be taxed, would it not?
Probably fairly heavily, I would have to imagine.
And what does the IRS take?
Right.
More than a third, 35%. In this tax bracket, where we're talking so many millions, maybe 38%.
Right.
So that's like a $40 million bill.
Right.
So the last thing you want is that.
Yeah. And where does that come from?
Well, where does the money come from?
Well, my point is they're not just going to eat $40 million. They're going to go find $40 million to replace the cash, right? Like these guys aren't going to operate in upside down.
Right.
So who's that going to fall back on? Fans, or where's it coming
eventually from? The fans pay in a roundabout way, the fans pay the nut at some point. Right. Now, most of this money, as we know, is TV money, but a lot of it is hardworking fans donating their money to athletics. So, I mean, it's a whole other rabbit hole to climb through. But
let me add this too, right? Okay, so you're an employee right now. You're employed by Disney, correct? So
Yes, that's my main employer.
all right, if you don't perform, what happens to you?
I'm either let go or
Okay.
or
Do we
not
want that?
renewed. Or
I mean,
yeah.
all these kids are protected right now. Like, do we really want that? Like, do these kids? There's a group of them that go out and fight this. They want him. They want to be employees because they only see the good. Well, the bad side is, hey, you know what, man? I don't know if you throw 6 picks in the next 3 ball games, they might fire you.
Well, I think we're headed that way anyway. Not in the middle of the season, Jamie, but I think after a not so successful season in a particular sport, a head coach looks at a certain player, and years ago he'd be like, "Well, look, we recruited him, we signed him, we might nudge him a little bit to think about transferring to a lower level, but we're not going to just push him out the door."
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I'm paying that kid money, and he's not performing, and sometimes he's a bit of a knucklehead. I'm going to let him know that money that you got, that's not a lifetime contract. That's annual. It's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. I think that's going to be more and more the case.
Yeah, I would have
Because if a kid's going to hold a coach ransom, I'm going to leave for an extra $50,000 if you don't match it, then why would the coach have loyalty to the kid?
right.
That's kind of where we are.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. And I don't have any of the answers here. I mean, I do think that this is just a hunch here, but I would have to imagine that there's plenty of people that would agree with this. Putting this in the lap of Congress is probably a dangerous move as well.
Yeah. No doubt. The problem is they're out of moves. Like nothing. Everybody is out for their own self-interest. Greg Sankey's out for the SEC. Tony Petitti's out for the Big Ten. The Group 5's out for the Group 5. Everybody's out for their own best self-interest, so you can't get a consensus on hardly anything.
Right.
That is why there's a game of leverage being played by the SEC and Big Ten, because they don't have time for that. They don't sit here and like, we're not in the interest of equity. We're in the interest of dominance. And if you don't play ball with us, we'll change the game. Forget about moving the goalposts. We'll change fields.
Mm-hmm. Congress's first question should be, who's the leader of college athletics? Oh, you don't have one. Oh, well,
I don't think you will.
Yeah. So what are we going to do here? I do think I know Coach Beamer's been up there a couple of times, maybe more than that. I'm not exactly sure the number, but it is very unique that he has been invited to speak.
And he's the only coach
in this group. Yeah. They've had some others.
They've had others in the past. I know that, but well, good for Shane. I mean, You're talking about a guy who's his whole life has been in athletics. Obviously, Dad Frank will have an opinion or two on all this. You know, they know the soft underbelly of this system and where it is and what needs to be fixed. And I don't know if they can fix it, but I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, I do too. And I think too with Shane Beamer is everywhere he's been, Mike. I mean, he's seen almost everything you could possibly see in college football. He's been with every coach you could possibly be with. He's been everywhere. And I mean, talk about his dad, Spurrier, and Lincoln Riley and Kirby. I mean, he's seen so many different things from so many different lenses. And now as the head football coach of his own program at South Carolina, I think that provides a lot. So I'll be anxious to see what he gets peppered with today and how he responds to it. And I don't know what happens from here. We know changes are coming. They're coming quick. And we
do.
No direction.
Can I throw something else out? We didn't mention this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
I think
big day for Phil Mullinax, by the way, playing for his Redskins.
That's right. So I've done a 49er game, at least one, the last 3 years. I've been out there to lovely Levi Stadium. And I can tell you, Debo was massively popular. You would walk, we would take a short walk from the hotel, because it's not really in San Francisco. It's like in a burb, away from all the crime and the cesspool that city has unfortunately become. And you would walk from the hotel to the stadium, about a half a mile, weather's always beautiful there, so not a big deal. And so I would see all these fans in their jerseys. And I'm telling you, there were more Debo Samuel jerseys than Brock Purdy, than Brandon Ayuk, which is the reason why Debo's leaving. They gave all the money to Ayuk. They kind of gambled on him over Debo, which I would second guess. I'd rather have Debo than Brandon Ayuk, but that's just me. So this was not a situation where anybody was unhappy with Debo Samuel. His performances were great. He does get injured a fair amount, but when you use him the way you use him, I mean, he was a wide receiver that was threatening to lead the league in rushing touchdowns once or twice. So I say all that to say San Francisco will miss Debo Samuel. And I think with Jaden Daniels and that offense in Washington, McLaurin's a standout wide receiver. He's really the alpha. Debo will be the number 2. But I think Debo could go nuts in Washington. I think he could be a Pro Bowler that could put up some massive numbers, and I think he's going to be a lot of fun to watch because that Washington team is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it sure is. Maybe this there's a lot of fringe Panther fans in our area, anyways. But when I grew up here in the state of South Carolina, there was the main team of choice was the Redskins because that was pretty much the Redskins, the Falcons. You had some Dolphin fans like old crying Darius Rucker. Come on, Darius, crying over the damn Dolphins. I'm just kidding. But there's always been a lot.
Marino guy. They've partied it up a few times.
Oh yeah, I played golf behind their group last 2 summers ago out at Kiowa.
Nice.
Yeah, and yeah, they're pretty tight. That was actually pretty neat to watch. But yeah, there's a lot of Redskins fans. So Debo going there. I don't know. Maybe that Redskins are good again. I am calling them the Redskins. I know. Maybe I'm offending somebody. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't care. But Debo's headed to the capital city. So I'm a Redskins fan now. How about that? There you go. I just claimed my new team.
Well, I'm a Debo fan. That's for sure. I just love watching him play, and he's so dynamic. He just there's things he does that very few wide receivers can do. The versatility.
Crazy.
So hopefully he can stay healthy. I mean, again, that's been the number one thing is to keep him healthy. But when he's healthy, he is explosive.
Well, we need to get to a timeout because it's 10:31 and Phil's probably itching to hit the button. When he gets antsy, he'll cut us off in a hurry. Might take us home.
Yeah, take us home with a little. I'm used to that.
There's a reason we call him Mad Dog. He gets very upset.
He gets. We appreciate his passion. That's all part of it. Golden Gate Mortgage. Speaking of passion, Troy Branham brings the passion to every mortgage he helps you with, whether it's a refi or a new mortgage. Nearly 30 years of experience working for you, lifetime Gamecock fan, the lifetime man of the state of South Carolina, and the man to call for all of your mortgage needs. Give him a call today, 803-238-0111. So many things going on right now with the market and everything else, and so it's hard to keep up. You need somebody on your side to help navigate through pretty choppy waters. That person, that fearless leader, is Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage, 803-238-0111. The website is ggmortgage.com. Let Troy go to work for you.
It is 10:32. We will hit a timeout, and when we return, we will go from the gridiron to the hardwood. Big night in SEC hoops. We'll talk about it next here on The Morning Show.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey, folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right. You know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that, too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show.
It is 10:37. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, brought to you by our friends at Gamecock Traditions. If you see me adjusting my hat, it's because it's new. I don't like the bill. I got to get the bill where I want it, Mike. So
Got to work it in like a baseball hat or a glove.
Yeah, I know, man. I got to get the corners going anyway. So you can get these at Gamecock Traditions now, like you can get everything at Gamecock Traditions. Both locations in Columbia, GamecockTraditions.com. If you want to have one of these sweet hats with they're the Ribo hats. They've got a contract with those guys now. So we'll take a drive around the SEC in just a couple of minutes with Mike. Yeah, why not? I'll tee it up here in just a second. You've got the
now I need more time. I think you might have forgotten about that. So I've got to.
Well, no, I didn't forget about it. I had it down in the 11 o'clock hour.
Oh, that's fine. We'll do it in the 11 o'clock.
I saw Phil's note, so I didn't know.
Yeah, we'll do it in the 11 o'clock. Okay. I'm having shocker. laptop issue. I don't know what it is with this format, but for whatever reason, it just knocks cameras out and all kinds of crazy stuff. But
Well, that's a Phil thing. You'll have to get with IT on that.
I have. And when I get the invite to join at 9:58 and then the camera doesn't work, it gives me 2 minutes to adjust everything to another laptop and then see if that works, and then lose all the work on the previous laptop. But we'll get through it.
We'll get through it. We'll get through it.
We're battle tested on this show.
Speaking of battle tested, here's the slate tonight in hoops, and again, some of this will come back up here in hour number 2. We'll get to Georgia and Carolina here in just a minute, but LSU makes the trip to Rupp tonight. Wildcats 13.5-point favorites in that one. Mike, Kentucky 19-10 and 8-8 in the SEC, and I'm sure that fan base would not like to, or would like to not have a losing record. So gonna want to win this one. LSU 14-15 overall. They're playing with a losing record overall this season. It's a 7:00 tip on ESPN2. Texas is in Starkville tonight at the Hump. The Bulldogs are 7.5-point favorites over the Longhorns.
It's a must win for Texas.
Must win, no doubt about it. And that's we got some obviously notes on that. Auburn's got an interesting trip to A&M tonight. It's a 9:00 tip on ESPN. A&M is really, really trying to find it. They've lost 4 in a row, and I get it, right? They play in the SEC like everyone else, and in that slate, they've had to take on Mississippi State and Starkville, Tennessee at home. They had to go to the Swamp. They also got a 2-point loss in there against Vanderbilt at home. Can kind of right the ship with a victory tonight over the best team in the land if they can get it. They finished the year at LSU. And then tonight, Arkansas and Vanderbilt. How about this? How about this, Eastern folks like us? 10:00. They will tip at 10:00 on the SEC network, so you can stay up until midnight and watch basketball.
Well, for those two fan bases, it's a 9:00. And if Eastern Coast people have to stay up for a 9:00 tip, then damn it, the Central Time Zone people ought to do it too. So I'm okay with it.
That's a good point. All right.
I'm a night owl anyway, so I'm, watching a basketball game end at midnight is nothing for me.
Here's where things stand. The latest bracketology is out today. Okay, now Oklahoma has shifted to the first 4 out on that bubble. They're on the outside looking in, according to Lenardi. By the way, so is North Carolina and Xavier. And, as you just pointed out a moment ago, the Texas Longhorns, who have that big trip tonight to Starkville. If they can pull it off, maybe they squeeze back inside of the bubble, but that would also probably depends on what happens inside of the bubble. Because Arkansas is one of the last 4 in, playing in a first 4 game against Ohio State as it stands today, according to Lenardi. Arkansas has a very valuable trip tonight to Vanderbilt, who's 100% in the tournament. But if Coach Cal and a very banged-up Razorbacks team coming off of what was a pretty embarrassing performance in Columbia can get it going, that obviously keeps them in there. Mike, if they lose the game tonight, that drops the Razorbacks to 17-13. And 6-11 in the SEC with 1 game to play plus the tournament, and that final game is hosting Mississippi State. So the opportunities obviously are going to be there, but might want to win this one tonight.
Yeah, I think that's a major storyline. The team that's the riser in all of this is Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And what Mike White has done in Athens, the win against Florida and the win at Texas by double digits has Georgia in. And you want to talk about the underachieving programs in the SEC, Georgia's right up there. Tom Crean couldn't do it. That went up like a lead balloon. Mark Fox was an era that most Georgia fans would just assume forget. And they haven't been good since Jim Herrick, and we know how that ended. So
good point.
Mike White getting Georgia to the tournament would be huge. Would be absolutely massive. I'll have them Saturday against Vanderbilt. That could be a must-win. Certainly a great opportunity because Vanderbilt's in. You went from Jerry Stackhouse to a guy that most people hadn't heard of from JMU, Coach Byington. And
he used to be here.
Again, I'll say it again. I think he's the SEC Coach of the Year.
Well, the Gamecocks are 1.5 point favorites in this game tonight, and you know what? There's a case to be made for that, as we've discussed time and time again. South Carolina plays much differently in the CLA. Georgia did come in last year and win this game, and
that was the massive comeback, right?
big, yeah, and that's part. So they've won. The Dogs have won 3 of the last 5 in the series. Remember, before that, Carolina had won 12 straight against Georgia. I mean, it was really something. Georgia, to your point, Mike, is right now fairly safe as one of the last 4 buys, but a struggle to the finish here obviously could have them on the outside looking. So this is a huge game, much bigger game, of course, tonight for Georgia than it is for South Carolina. But on the side of the Gamecocks, they're once again trying to play spoiler. Could end up doing that. Both they beat Arkansas, who's the last 4 in. Georgia's right there, just inside of that.
Yeah, look, you try. One thing about this team is they have not quit at all. And some people would say, well, who would quit? I have covered teams that have flat out quit. In the SEC, I mean laid down like dogs.
Mm-hmm.
That has not been the case with this squad at all. Lamont Paris keeps on coaching. He knows he's not on the hot seat. The players, every time Murray Boyles laces them up, he knows there are multiple scouts judging him and evaluating him. He hasn't given up an inch. And then you got other players that, quite frankly, are playing for, again, we are, go back to our previous conversation, Jamie, they're playing for a salary. A lot of these guys that have not performed particularly well are making really good money, and they're trying to keep that and earn that. Maybe a couple guys are thinking, I'm not going to be here next year, but I got to show that I'm worthy of somebody going after me in the portal. Maybe Cam Scott does something worthwhile in the final few games. So everything matters for everybody. Everybody's vested and all in. And it's a chance to win another game. And as you mentioned, kind of play the role of spoiler a bit. So, yeah, I'm not surprised the spread is what it is, because Carolina's played everybody tough at home and, quite frankly, should be sitting on a couple more wins than they are.
The Colin Murray Boyles leads the SEC at 59.4% from the floor.
Well,
but he's tied.
Uh-huh.
Can you guess with who?
Someone else who shoots everything in the paint.
Yeah, his teammate, Nick Pringle.
Yeah.
They're both at 59.4% from the floor, which is kind of a baffling stat. Like if you just threw that out at somebody and you said, hey, by the way, the top 2 field goal percentage leaders in the league who are starters, who play significant minutes, these aren't like part-time guys, they're both on the South Carolina Gamecocks. Well, shoot, man, they're probably pretty good. No, they've only won 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? And
well,
what do you think? Not to get too far off here, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought here, but
I don't have a train of thought.
Well, you mentioned Boyles and his last 3 games, 22, 27, 35. How much is that we know where his draft stock kind of was. What has it done to it, or how much has added on to it?
I think he is such an enigma from a draft standpoint, and I've talked to several scouts about this. There's not a lot of comps for Colin Murray Boyles. A 6'7", essentially he plays like a power forward. I'm not saying his outside shot is broken. It's not. His form is decent, but he just doesn't shoot many.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a lot to go on there. And the question is, well, can you be an NBA player and play the kind of game he does? Because nobody wants to guard him down low. He's a bull. He's an absolute bull. But in the NBA, which is just full of long, lanky guys that, quite frankly, Colin Murray Boyles is not going to play bully ball against, he's going to have to be a bigger threat on the perimeter. So if you draft him with a first-round pick, you are doing so with the understanding that you are going to put him in the lab and make him shoot 1,000 jump shots a day and develop an outside shot. Without it, I don't see him being a first rounder. But the athleticism, the skill around the basket, and he gets after you defensively.
Yeah.
So all those things scouts love. It's just a matter of they need a little bit more in his game. And a lot of there's always going to be that one or two teams that says, you know what, we can take him and we'll turn him into a shooter. So that's okay. We'll figure it out at the rest. And where he's projected to go, I mean, I'll be shocked if he goes lottery. One. Okay, give it to me.
So the latest one here is from NBA.com. This is 2 days ago. You wouldn't have to go very far to see him. They've got him going 13th overall to the Hawks.
Wow.
And via Sacramento, by the way. But they've got him, their previous mock position had him at 11. And their pro comps are Julius Randle and Anthony Mason.
Julius Randle, who's still in the league, maybe I could see some of that, but Randle can shoot now. Like Julius Randle can hit NBA threes. I'd have to look at his numbers on a fairly good basis, but body type, yeah, that's what they did. They took the body types and they said, okay, he's built like this guy and this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the games are that similar, but I get it. I mean, I covered Randle at Kentucky when he played against South Carolina, and they look alike body type wise, but Randle's game has really developed, and that's what they would be banking on, is that he would go ahead and develop over time. So I still have, you got to remember, there's so many now foreign players that we don't even think about that get drafted. Last year it was the year of the French. It was like a draft with croissants on the side. It was every other pick was some guy from France. And of course that was led by Richeche, who was the number one pick of the Atlanta Hawks. So for Murray Boyles to go lottery, I don't know, man. I would think closer to the second half of the first round to me. Mm-hmm. But I'm with you. I've seen a lot of those mock drafts that have him top 10, top 12. It does at some point. It doesn't even matter. I'd be more concerned about him going to the right team where he can develop, get minutes. He's not going to be the savior for anybody. It's less about does he go 13 or 25. In some cases, I'd rather, because the big money for NBA guys now is like the NFL. It's on the second contract. It's not the first one.
Right.
So it going 13 versus 25 it's a little bit more money, but it's more like a status thing. Bottom line is go to the right spot, develop your game, and play in the league. And you got G.G. Jackson playing in the league and looking good when he's out there for Memphis. That's two NBA guys. Not a bad deal if you're South Carolina. I mean, it's not a whole lot of times where Carolina's had two guys in the NBA at the same time in recent years.
Right.
Especially that actually log minutes, not just sit on the bench.
Yeah. One of the things that he's done recently too, that mid-range jumper, have you noticed that? He's taking that shot and he's been
and he should. Yeah. They want him. I've talked to Lamont about it, Jamie. They want him to shoot more. They don't have a restrictor plate on Murray Boyles shooting open J's. Like he'll get the ball, and his first, if he gets it on the perimeter, the first knee-jerk reaction is either turn to the rim or give it to somebody else.
Right.
Because he's never had to do that, never had to be a jump shooter in high school or even in the SEC, where he's been a really good player, not shooting outside jumpers. But at the next level, he's going to need to do that. If you watch Janai Broome of Auburn, now Janai Broome is he's not on that draft board, is he? You don't see him anywhere.
They've got him at 30 going to Phoenix.
Okay, so that'd be the last pick of the first round.
Right.
But they clearly have Murray Boyles a better prospect because he's a better athlete. Janai Broome is a fantastic college basketball player. If Murray Boyles stayed around as long as Janai Broome has, they would use him and he would be the way Janai is. The entire offense, if you watch Auburn play, the ball goes through Janai Broome. Now, they got a ton of talent around him, more talent than any other team in the country around him. But he gets a touch, sometimes around the elbow, sometimes down low, and he either makes a move, he makes a pass, he gets a repost. He is a guy that, and that's what Lamont wanted out of Murray Boyles this year. But in fairness to Colin, he doesn't have the supporting cast. Like, who's he going to give it to that really is going to do something? Right?
Well, he hadn't had anybody all year. They made that point in this NBA note. You know, they had terrible guard play, and that's affected him tremendously.
100. I mean, they might have the worst guard play in the SEC.
Right.
And so Colin's out there on an island sometimes, and he's trying to be unselfish, and he's giving it to a guy. Well, giving it to a guy is probably the lesser of the options. So if I'm Colin, if I'm the coaching staff, I want Colin to just get the ball 15 feet and in and just go to work. Go to work. It's your best option. And he did that against Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get 35 points being completely unselfish. At some point, you got to say, I'm the man. I'm the dude here. I'm going to go ahead and take over. And he did.
His last game against Georgia, 7 of 11 from the floor. He did fire up a couple from long range and missed both, but he had 18 points in that game, 5 boards and 5 assists. And obviously, they're going to need the best version of Colin Murray Boyles to be able to win the ball game tonight. Which if they win, hey, you know what? This is what we were talking about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. We knew what the schedule looked like. It was going to get a little bit easier compared to what they had already gone through, which was just wild, to be quite frank. But this would be their 3rd win in 4 games. I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody's hopes up here. I hope this isn't misconstrued in any way, shape, or form. But Mike, with the SEC, we're probably, and it could end up going chalk. You don't ever know how these things go. You know the SEC tournament better than all of us, but we seem destined for maybe the wildest SEC basketball tournament we've ever seen, with how many good teams are in this league. So if you happen to be, a South Carolina or an LSU or an Oklahoma or Texas, one of those 13 through 16 type teams, and you happen to get somebody who's sleepwalking in game 1 and you pull off a stunner, and then somebody else happens to maybe pull off a stunner. Sometimes you can look up on Friday and go, well, how the hell is there a 14 seed playing here in the quarterfinals of this thing? Crazier things have happened. I'm just saying it could. Yeah. I'm not just to South Carolina. I'm just saying that if somebody else takes care of something and somebody else takes care of something and you all of a sudden pull a shocker, you could find yourself in a spot looking around going, well, I don't think anybody saw us here. Crazier things have happened. Am I anticipating that? No. But if you're playing well at the right time of the year, that's the only chance you have at doing that.
I was talking to Bruce Pearl about this the other day, and now Auburn just won another SEC championship. Auburn basketball, which was the laughing stock of the league and has absolutely zero advantage over South Carolina in anything when it comes to hoops. Recruiting ground, facilities, history, tradition, nothing. So don't tell me South Carolina can't be good. Mm-hmm. And I was asking him about how he got this thing turned around. And one of the things he pointed to was a year in which Auburn was not very good, much like South Carolina is not very good. And they went to that SEC tournament and made it all the way to the finals on just kind of grit and gut. Now, that league. The league was not nearly as strong as it is this year. I'm not implying that Carolina's going to make it to the title game this year. But what I am saying is that these are not meaningless games when you're kind of building the program back up. That helped those players believe that Auburn basketball can actually do something.
Yeah.
And they didn't go to the tournament. I don't even know if they went to the NIT that year, but they made a run in Nashville. So, for Carolina, to your point, absolutely. You can make a run. You can win a couple games if you play your best game. It's a neutral floor. Crazier things have happened. There's no doubt about that. And there have been some teams, going back to Dave Odom, that weren't great that made a run in the SEC tournament. 06 is certainly one that stands out.
Yeah.
And they made it all the way to the title game and lost by a buzzer beater. Trey Kelly had a chance to win it. The shot fell short. I don't know how you can't get a better shot out of a timeout, but that's a whole other story. And that Florida team went on to win the national championship. So you nearly beat the national champions in the championship game of the SEC tournament in 06, despite the fact that it wasn't a great regular season. Mm-hmm. So Yeah, that is possible. I do think now with the double bye, it's really hard to win that thing if you're not in the double bye. I'll say one other thing on that too. Last year, who made it to the championship game of the SEC tournament? You remember?
I can't even remember.
It was Auburn, and it was Florida.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Remember now.
Guess what they did in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, nothing.
They both got bounced in the first round. Auburn by an Ivy League team, and Florida by, help me. They lost. Oh, Colorado. They lost 100 and something to 100 and something. Florida didn't play any defense. Why do I bring that up? A lot of teams, they'll never say this publicly, but a lot of coaches believe the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Kind of like SEC baseball tournament. Very similar.
Exactly. In that case, it's even an additional element because you don't want to burn up your pitching staff. You don't have to worry about that in basketball, but you do get heavy legs, and it's a quick turnaround. You know, you play in that thing on Sunday, the title game, and then you're somewhere in Boise, Idaho, playing a first-round game on Thursday.
Yeah, traveling on Tuesday. So is it really worth it? I think if no one's ever going to say this, but deep down, there is a little bit of that thought. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze to have a deep run into that? Well, the best thing to do is just be like the women's team. Just sit around till Friday and just wait to play.
Yes, you can do that too.
For anybody wondering, Gamecocks noon as soon as we go off the air on Friday on the women's side.
On a coin toss, getting the number 1 seed at a coin toss.
Something.
How about that?
Yeah, they will await the winner of Vanderbilt and A&M and Tennessee play the first game tomorrow in the first round of the women's tournament. The winner of that gets 8th seed at Vanderbilt. The winner of that gets South Carolina. So that'll be the game to keep an eye on.
That's right there in Phil's backyard. Do you think Phil will be logging about 8 hours at the? Is it still the Ben Sucors Arena?
Bon Sucors Wellness.
That's what it's still called. Okay.
Yeah. I was there when Carolina beat Marquette and Duke in 2017 on the men's side. That was a wild.
The bathroom
experience.
bill change of venue.
Yeah. That's when I was
still
sick.
talk about that in Duke country.
Yeah.
They're still a little sour about that whole change of venue thing.
Yeah, well.
Hey, Marcus, thank. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just reading chat row. Marcus had some really nice things to say. JB, what's up? Hope all is well. Always a great day when Mike Morgan is on the mic. Want to thank you fellas for all you do. As a truck driver, you all help me get through the day. Marcus, we are glad to do it, and we are thankful for what you guys do. I can't tell you how often I'm on the road driving from one venue to the next, and I see all these guys and their 18-wheelers. I'm thinking, man, how do you do it? Like, how do you, they have to – I complain when I go 4 hours and I hit heavy traffic. They're going like hours upon hours shifts, middle of the night, through the mountains, through this, through that, and you got to be safe, and you got hats off to the hard-working truck drivers out there like Marcus.
We'll have to create a bumper for the truck drivers.
Oh, I like that. Bumper sticker?
No, just a bumper coming back from break.
Oh, a bumper, a musical bumper.
Yeah.
I thought you were like breaking out some new swag.
I've got a Bad Mother Trucker, as a matter of fact, by Eric Church. I'll put that in. We'll figure it out.
Boom.
There you go. All right, Mike, take us a break here.
Okay, before we get ready for John Strickland and a Love Chevy drive around the SEC, if you're thinking about lunch, you're thinking about dinner in the Midlands, how about the Original D's restaurant and bar? You know about the wings. How about the steaks? How about the ribs? How about Taco Tuesday? How about firecracker shrimp tacos? How about steam pots? It's all there. They've been doing it since 1998. Their new location, 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia. Last time I was there was Stewart Lake, actually, enjoying some good grub. A staple in the Midlands. I learned that very early on in my time in South Carolina. If you want some good eats, some good wings, you got to go to D's. And I have maintained that stance for a quarter century, Jamie Bradford. Billy and the staff do a remarkable job. That is D's Wings in West Columbia.
We will hit a timeout, and Strick joins us next on The Morning Show.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my...
It's 11:05. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and brought to you by our buddies at Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. If you're going to sit on the back porch and watch Carolina basketball or baseball or the 9th-ranked softball team in the country, you might want to be comfortable, and you want to make sure that your bride is comfortable. That's the most important thing in this house. I know it's the same thing in John's, and I know it's the same thing in Mike's. If she ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. So you might want to head to palmcasual.com and find one of the 4 locations here in South Carolina, or soon to be 5, kind of. Wilmington's in the Tar Heel state, but if you know anybody up that way, that location will be open soon. It's the best.
Oregon rear ends have been prominently displayed on Palm Casual furniture.
I sleep on mine in the spring and in the fall. Like, I'll take naps out there and stuff. It's just absolutely. I want to add something real quick here. I bet John will chime in on this. I bet he's had it. I got a text the other day, Mike. I meant to forward this to you, and I didn't. I forgot about it till you just read that D's thing. But somebody I know was went to D's. You know, they listen to us talk about it all the time on Saturday, and I got a text said this Cajun ribeye at D's is on point. Great flavor. Never had the Cajun ribeye, but
I haven't either. That's good to know, though. I'll
good.
pass that along to the chef. The Cajun ribeye at D's. That just sounds good.
Have you had that, Strick? You look like a ribeye guy.
I mean, I'm 100. If you eat any other steak other than ribeye, never mind. I'm not even going to say it.
I'm a ribeye guy. Don't worry.
Yeah. No, but I will tell you this. Every time me and Chrissy go up there, we usually go sit at the bar and just grab some wings. But I like the teriyaki, and then I have them put the Cajun seasoning on the teriyaki, so teriyaki Cajun.
Nice.
That's probably my favorite. And then I like the Gamecock too. So it's probably my 2 favorite flavors up there.
Yeah. How many visits did you make to D's as a player in your 4
Oh
years?
God, every Monday night, all you could eat wings. But I think it was you pay one price. I don't know. Maybe it was either way. It was whenever the wings were like 20, 25 cents back then.
Yeah, they weren't making a profit off you.
Yeah, versus obviously all prices have went up. So what is it? What is it now? Like 75-cent wings?
Yeah.
Which we went up there, I don't know, a few weeks back and got some 75-cent wings. I think, what do they come in? Orders of 8 is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So we got 16 wings, and we usually wind up taking, about 5 or 6 of them home.
Some wing chips to go along that with it, floppy.
I like mine floppy as possible.
Yeah.
Now my wife's opposite. She likes some kind of medium, a little bit of crisp, a little bit of floppiness.
Nice.
Well,
now I'm damn hungry.
I know. Me too, man.
And unlike Strick, we can't just get in the car and go to D's.
Yeah. No, I just scrambled up some eggs with some diced up onions, jalapenos, and bacon and cheese in it right before I got on there.
There you go.
I was trying to wait till lunchtime, but I was hungry.
In 51 minutes, I'm going to go eat my avocado again. It's working.
Is that like every day for you?
8 pounds down, man. I've only got.
So this is part of a diet.
Yeah.
An avocado lunch diet.
Yeah. So I've never eaten lunch. Obviously, I've been on the air pretty much during lunch for my whole career. I mean, for the most part. And eating lunch, I just feel just not good. But I just made some lifestyle changes. I said, well, I got to get Summer Bod 2025 going. So I got to eat something that's not going to allow me to junk myself up and then overeat at dinner.
Right.
And avocado is done. I love avocado with salt, nothing else. That's it. So.
That's all you do? Salt? Yeah. So I do that sometimes. I'll take avocado or 2. I'll like chop them up into, pieces about that big and put a little olive oil with some Larry's garlic salt and some pepper on it and mix it all in a bowl and just eat it.
Yeah. Well,
that's good too.
I thought when I got that Palm Casual furniture that I was set, but I realized I needed to look a little better for my wife to stay with me. So I had to get on this avocado deal. But anyways, I'd take a steak too from D's Wings for what it's worth. Maybe some of you will go there tonight before you head to the ball game. Carolina's got Davidson. Ryder Garino is going to get the start. And it's a 7:00 first pitch. Stu and Cade have it on the call on the Gamecock Sports Network. And I believe Grayson and Dave will have it on the SEC Network Plus because I think Dave's got it tomorrow night at the Citadel too. But anyways, Carolina trying to get a win before they hit the road to Charleston against the Dogs tomorrow night. Always a tight game. And I would anticipate tonight and tomorrow the lineup is probably going to be missing a couple of popular names as they're trying to figure out where they are from a health standpoint. So Carolina needs to take care of business these next couple of games. John, how about I won't spend too much time on this, but I was just curious. It is neat when your head coach represents you on Capitol Hill. Have you been following this deal?
Yeah. I mean, I knew he was going up there. I hadn't heard anything on it or watched anything on it since I heard the news. I mean, when is it? Today or yesterday?
Yeah,
today?
He's there right now. Yeah. And naturally, Dellinger reported. Ross is, by the way, I think maybe the best at what he does in the sport. I know
he's really good. Him and Wetzel.
Yeah.
We're going to have one of them on JC and Morgan here soon to talk about all this, but they're like they're breaking stories left and right on this.
Yeah, and they're always right, and they're always and they spell it out like for simple people like us to be able to understand kind of what's going on. Dellinger reported 5 minutes into this deal. Well, it didn't take long for that to turn. Some Democrat senator up there immediately trying to pin something on Trump, And they were like, okay, can we just, stay on point here, or what are we doing here? So that's the last I saw of it. But if anything pops up from Beamer, we'll certainly pass that along, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. And I'm sure something will be up on YouTube tonight of some of these coaches talking. So definitely probably try and check that out. But today's actually already been a funny day. Saw a guy earlier this morning. He's like, "Hey, would you play football?" I told him. He's like, "Yeah, did you know Jamacia Jackson?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh, yeah.
And we were talking about his 100-yard interception versus Vandy my senior year. And then I get back and I hear y'all talking about Blake Mitchell and Coach Holtz. I'm like, well, what's going on today? What is this, 2004?
Kind of. Well, we were talking about when you were there, y'all were better than what your final record was.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, Dondrell got injured in the Georgia game, second game of the year. We were up 16-0 in that game. We're down on the 3-yard line with 30-something seconds left, which seemed to be like a trend my whole career versus the Dogs. I mean, there were several games. There was the 0-2 game. We were on the 2-yard line, and Phil and I can't remember if it was Phil or Corey, but we ran a little option to Pinnock and ball. We kind of fumbled it. If it's on point, I mean, he walks into the end zone, we win that game. And it was the same thing in 2004. We were up 16-0. Georgia came back, took a 20-16 lead. We had that final drive in the fourth quarter, and we were just like, all right, guys, this is it. So we get the ball at the 20-yard line, I think, and we just drive it straight down the field. And it's like 14 seconds left or something. And it was 4th and 1, and we called a naked bootleg with Dondrell and Greg Blue, one of the hardest hitting safeties in the history of football, just met Dondrell right there at the marker and got him. And actually, Dondrell got hurt on that play and was never healthy the rest of the season and played sparingly because of it. And so that hurt, not having him the entire year. We had a mixture of Savell. Blake played in the Kentucky game. Mike Rapp played in that Kentucky game and actually won, throwing the ball to Troy for the touchdown.
Mike called that game.
That's
yeah.
And
I didn't even start that game. I didn't start that game because I got hurt the week before versus Ole Miss, and I didn't practice the entire week. So Coach Holtz was like, "Hey, you're going to play, but we can't start you. You practice all week." I was like, "That's fine, Coach. I get it." So I went in on the second series and played the whole rest of the game. But I actually got Blake killed on one play. See, this is why it's good to practice all week, because I had a missed assignment on that play. It was a quarterback draw, and Blake came up the middle, and I blocked the wrong linebacker, and Blake got smoked. But we can laugh about it because we won the game. But, yeah, that's why you need to practice during the week.
Judd, I'm curious with all the guys you played with. So we just saw a remarkable combine performance by Nick Ean Warry, which was not totally surprising. Who was the best just pure athlete, not necessarily player, the best pure athlete you played with?
Whew. Let's say
not Flint, right? I know he was up there, but
Flint's
a hell of an athlete. Yeah, he is.
I mean, that's a tough one. Troy Williamson was up there. He was kind of freaky just because of his speed and what he was able to do.
Top 10 pick.
Yep. I mean, Dante Robinson, man, he was a freaky athlete. I mean, he went number 7.
He had a hell of a career.
Oh, he had a great career.
I know. He was just always there.
Yeah. I mean, Kalimba Edwards, man, he was for as big as Kalimba was. As big as Kalimba was, he was about Clowney's size. He didn't have quite that twitchness that Clowney had, but man, he just as big as Kalimba was, he was a freak.
He's one I got it wrong, John. I thought because he was second round to Detroit.
Yeah,
I thought Kalimba would have been in the league 10 years.
Yeah, sometimes things just don't pan out like you think they will. But trust me, in college,
I remember.
He was a man child out there. He was one. I mean, just because, I mean, he's probably an inch and a half taller than me, weighed about 265, and could just move, drop back in coverages. He played we played that 3-3-5, and Kalimba would play that outside linebacker spot on that 3-3-5 and walk down and rush the passers. So, I mean, he's one that comes to mind when you just think about the size of a guy and how they're able to move.
Well, shoot, I mean, I could name one from my neck of the woods. Obviously, got in a bunch of trouble, but Mo Thompson was an outstanding athlete. Basketball,
yeah, he was. But I would say if I had to go number one craziest athlete across the board, it's probably Derek Watson.
Yeah.
I mean, he was Mr. South Carolina in football and basketball, if I'm not mistaken, which is nuts.
That's in the woulda, coulda, shoulda category.
Yeah, and he knows it. He knows it.
Both those guys. I mean, him and Demetrius. You think about the fact that they were both at South Carolina back to back, and neither one of them ever. Oh man, they were talented.
The Summers thing that's like a 30 for 30. All right, I want to run this by you, Strick. So, I have a problem. I know. I watch NFL combines. In addition to watching every pick of the NFL draft, I need help. I need therapy.
I watched the majority of it too. So
okay,
I'm in your boat.
Okay, good. We can commiserate and go to the therapy session together. So I'm actually watching some of the offensive linemen run 40s. Now, what was your playing size and weight?
315. So what? 6'4.5", 315.
Okay. So that you're not too. Would you run?
I ran a 5.12,
which is good.
Yeah, and then in high school, my senior year, when I weighed about 280, I ran a 4.98.
Okay, so what do these numbers mean to you? Put it into perspective for our audience.
Nothing.
Well, no, but just from a freak to realize.
What they're able to run in the 4.8s and 4.9s.
I want to name a player for you. I know you know who he is. This is what Will Campbell did. Will Campbell, who's going to be a lock for a top 10 pick out of LSU, 6'6", 319. He ran a 4.98, a 1.76 10-yard split, a 32-inch vertical jump, a 9-foot 5-inch broad jump. And, I mean, people were just like, it was jaw-dropping for a guy that size to do some of those things. Now, most people don't keep up with numbers on offensive linemen. So when you saw that, what did you think?
Dude's a freak. I mean, people probably will not understand this if you didn't do these things when you were younger and at whatever size you are. But a man that big like myself, moving that fast is moving. Like an offensive lineman running a 5'3" or less at 315 to 25 pounds is moving. Y'all have no idea. You may think, oh, I could run that in a 40. I guarantee you can't. Right. I guarantee you most of the people out there, the average Joe can't run a 5'8" in a 40.
Right.
These guys are real athletes. Obviously, the weight is going to slow them down. I mean, I guarantee you back in the day, if I weighed 225, I could probably run sub 4.8 in the 4.7s probably.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, when I was 280, I ran a 4.98 on a laser timer too in high school, laser timer. And so these guys running these kind of numbers weighing 320 pounds is crazy. I mean, I'll never forget Travell Wharton. He ran a 4.9. I think Travell ran a 4.98 and Travell weighed like 325.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that should tell you all you need to know right there. Jeff Barnes was the freakiest of the freaks now. Barnes weighed 304 and ran in the 4.8s.
Really?
Yes. 100%.
Well, because
but no offense to Barnes. He's a great athlete. Barnes probably wasn't a true offensive lineman, and Barnes would probably tell you that. I mean, maybe he is, but you know, I think Barnes could have been maybe better on the defensive line somewhere.
Yeah,
it's just my opinion. But when he in high school, Barnes played defensive end, and Barnes wrecked teams. And then they came in. We needed offensive linemen, so they put a bunch of weight on Barnes, and he got stuck at offensive line. Which Barnes, you know, my junior year, Barnes started a bunch of games, but he was also like the sixth man. Barnes could play center, guard, and tackle. So that
Right.
just kind of shows you the type of athlete Barnes was. So, when people are running those kind of speeds at that big, jumping that high, I mean, 32 is impressive. 32 vertical is impressive. I think I was right at 30, 29 and a half or 30, which is still pretty good. But, I mean, once you get over that 30 mark and you weigh over 310 pounds, that's something else.
I think he's one of the safest picks in the draft. Jamie threw out a question before the season started last year, like, who's your just safest, best bet player? And mine was Campbell. Like, the guy doesn't give up sacks.
Yeah.
You can't beat him. He's a physical freak. He'll be a perennial Pro Bowler in the NFL. That's just like with all the gambles people will take on quarterbacks and running backs and wideouts and defensive ends. Whoever gets Will Campbell, like, okay, just put him in ink, left tackle, next 10 years.
Yep. I mean, and then, we had Torricelli up there, Torricelli Simpkins. He ran into 5.3s, I think, and he's just a huge man. I mean, if you ever see him in person, he's just a big man. Him moving and running into 5.3s, telling y'all, it's a good time. It really is.
Is the 225 bench a little overrated?
It's the most overrated thing I think there is a part of the draft. I think part of it shows some stamina. That's maybe some of it. But bench press has nothing to do with it. I'll just give you one example, and Travell may not like it if I call him out. But Travell only did like 19 reps at 225, and guess what? Dude played over 10 years in the NFL and was a third-round draft pick. So that should tell you bench doesn't mean nothing. It means nothing. Oh, that's great. You can bench press 30 times at 225, but doesn't really translate to the football field. What translates to the field is if you can play and technique. That's what translates to the football field. Because more of an offensive lineman, it's your hips and leg strength. That's really the key.
Right.
I mean, once you get locked in on somebody with your arms, if you can bench press 225 15 times, you're strong enough to hold up a 300-pound guy. Because if you can bench press 225 15, 20 times, that means you can bench press over 400 pounds. So, yeah, it's the most overhyped workout at combines.
I totally agree. I watch it and I listen and I'm like, there's always going to be some meathead who can put up more than the other guy, but maybe his arms are shorter. Maybe he doesn't have leverage, quickness. Like
maybe his lower body's not as strong.
Right.
His core. I mean, that's where really it comes down, especially in the trenches. It's all about your legs, hips, and core. It's not so much your arm strength on how much you can bench press. I mean, bench pressing 225 has nothing to do with blocking and tackling.
Right.
By the way, the latest that I could find NFL draft or mock draft from CBS that just came out today. Chris Trapasso has Ean Warry going 18th to Seattle. And how about this? Ryan Wilson has Ean Warry going 11th to San Francisco.
I'll say this. When I already knew he was going to throw these numbers up. I'd already been told this. I got word about 2 weeks ago. Already knew he was going to get close to a 43 or 44 inch vertical. And I think we all kind of knew this because you could see a speed on the field, especially when he returned some of those interceptions for touchdowns. I mean, he had the 4.3s in him. So I was not surprised, but the broad jump of 11.6 is insane, guys. If you're watching this and you don't understand, 11.6 is insane. So once I saw him do all those numbers, and I mean, he's already showed what he could do on the field. I mean, he was every week in and week out playing against whoever we played against all this past year. He was one of, if not the best player on the field every time he was on the field. So I think any NFL team is crazy to let this guy go past the 20th pick, in my opinion.
If you need a safety, they've got two others that have him going 18th to Seattle. Kyle, I don't even know who this is. Kyle Stackpole. Does that name ring a bell to anybody? And Josh Edwards. I do know who Josh Edwards is. He's got him going to Seattle as well at 18. So, well, and Mike Renner's got him going 30th to Buffalo. I don't think he gets that far.
I don't think so either. And I think the last straw was that wasn't just like a good 40 time. That, as Strick mentioned, all those other numbers don't get the same infatuation from fans because we all know what a good 40 time is. But the scouts look at all those explosive numbers, like a broad jump, like a vertical. People say, well, how often do you use a 40-inch vertical on the field? That's not what it's about. It's a kind of a gauge of explosiveness. So he's already got the big frame, but a big frame on a non-explosive body is not what they're looking for. They're looking for a physical freak, and that's exactly what he is.
Yeah. The broad jump has nothing to do with football, okay, but it just shows the kind of explosiveness and athlete you are.
Yeah.
The vertical maybe has a little bit to do with it because I will go back. I know everybody probably remembers a couple of Nick's interceptions in his career has just been him jumping up high in the end zone against Clemson, and I think the other one may have been Kentucky last year, and him just going up over the receiver and taking it out the air. So that has a little bit to do, but it more shows your hips, your explosiveness, your legs. That's what it shows, and it's just like the 40. But the 40 does matter when it comes to playing defensive back. You got to be able to run. So that one matters a little more on that side. Offensive line, that first split that Mike talked about, that the guy ran 1.76. That's getting it too.
Yeah, oily hips, Strick, and I'm not talking about anything intimate here. But you want your DBs to also have oily hips. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt in the bedroom either, I guess. But that's a personal thing. JB, permission to give an exit question to Strick before we let him go?
Sure. Yeah. Well, are you sticking around?
Oh, okay.
I can stick around. My
Okay.
conference call got canceled. So
okay. Permission to ask a question before we go to break. We're looking at a potential record Carolina players being drafted. Most of those will be on defense. I think when this draft is done, if you didn't already appreciate just how generational this defense was, you'll know it after you watch a number of names called in this upcoming draft. The obvious question then, looking forward to 2025, is how in the world do you replace some of these guys? I mean, I realize the recruiting's been at a high level on the defensive side and the portal will pay off dividends, but you know, a lot of people are going to say, well, that was fantastic, but it would be unrealistic to not expect at least a small step backwards from a record-setting defense.
all right. Well, this is how I'll address this. So last year, Jordan Birch was gone. So you didn't really – you were like, man, he's going to play D-end. And then you have Kyle Canard come in, and nobody expected to do what he did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got other guys behind him. I think at linebacker, Demetrius Knight coming from Charlotte. Nobody expected that, right? Well, we just got 2 4-star guys from Alabama, and where's the other one from?
Florida State.
Florida State, and those guys are really good players.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's where you look at it. And then this coaching staff has just developed guys. That's where I think part of these guys' success has come from.
Right.
I mean, look at this is no knock on Kyle, but he didn't have the flashiest numbers at the combine, did he? Now he was in the top half though of the DNs on the 40 times. I think he wound up running a 4.46, which is fast for a 250-pound guy. I mean, that's moving. That is getting it. So he did excel right there. But my point is the coaches have been able to bring guys in through the portal and high school and develop them. So I think you don't look at it as like, man, we're losing so many people. We're like, all right, who do we got behind them? And can the coaches continue to develop these players? And if they can, well, there you go. I think Dylan – Here's what you need on the D-line. You need Dylan to be the Kyle Canard this year. Then you're going to have somebody step up and give the kind of production that Dylan gave, right? Those 6 or 7 sacks, okay? So, yeah, I think you got a couple of those guys on the roster. And then the D-line, we're losing some really good players. but I think we got some good players that we brought in from the portal and younger guys moving up. So I'm not too worried about it. But like I told JB, let me get through spring because I'm going to go out to some of the practices.
Right.
After spring ball last year, I told y'all on here that this defense is going to be ridiculous in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I came out and said it
You did.
after spring ball.
Yes.
And just being a former football player, you can go out and watch a team practice 2 or 3 times, and you can kind of tell what you have and what you don't have. So, let's get through spring. I'm going to check a few practices out, and then I'll give y'all kind of what I think on it. But I think there's pieces there that were backups. I mean, I think our cornerback position is going to be as strong or stronger than it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just my opinion. I think that group is going to be better than it was this past year. Obviously, Nick's going to be a big hole to fill, but we got some guys. We got some guys who can play, and some of the younger guys are going to, DQ is going to have a chance to get 1 year older. It's time for him to shine. Kilgore had some great moments last year, played solid football. He's going to mature a year. So I think there's just a lot of pieces there. This defense can be really good again.
I agree with that.
Kyle Canard, a 4.73 at the combine.
Oh, I thought his second run was in the 4.6s.
No, the highest they've got is 4.73.
Yeah, his first was a 4.76. His second was a 4.73.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And this is from NFL.com. His production score, call that whatever you want, it was 75, which ranked among defensive ends, edge rushers, 9th. Athleticism score, a 69, that ranked 31st. Total score, 71, that ranked 18th. But, I mean, he was never a guy who was supposed to be a combine workout wonder.
No, he's just a football player.
He's just a football player.
You're probably going to see him right there in the middle of the draft get taken, and I think he's just going to be – he's one of those guys that, from what I've heard, works hard, does everything asked of him, and it showed on the field. I mean, not all these numbers always matter because some dudes can just play football.
Right.
They just have the technique when they get out there on the field, the technique and the whereabouts and the mental to be able to be a damn good football player. And I think that's what Kyle Canard is.
Yeah.
Don't ever mention that secondary again without thinking about my man, Jackson Berger. He's going to cut the mustard this year. All right.
Okay. All right.
The cheeseburger jokes will continue all the way into the fall. It's 11:35. Mike mentioned something earlier about oily hips. That's our man, Tony Pope. Tony Pope State Farm. If you head to tonypope.com, you can shop your insurance needs here in South Carolina and in the fake peach state of Georgia, although my friend John is from Bainbridge and Mike lives there, still the fake peach state. Head to tonypope.com and shop whatever your next insurance move may be. We will jump in the 2500 and take a Love Chevy drive around the SEC.
That's what I drive.
Return.
Oh, there we go. We got a Love Chevy proponent right here in Strick, so we'll put him in the front seat.
Love Jim, but it's still the same family, right?
Okay. Yeah, it's the same family.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's love and love. It's the same people.
Yeah, they're the same people.
We're all about love.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that the people listening at Love right now, as long as you kept it in the Love family, they'll
love
happy.
it.
They love Strick.
I'm GMC 2500, but it's the same truck, it's the same family.
They love you. That's what all that matters.
Hey, I bought a lot of cars from Love over the years, cars and trucks.
And we recommend the people out there listening do the same. Home of the $1,000 low price guarantee, Jamie.
That's right.
FYI.
Yeah, I bought a Chevy Suburban from Love back in the day. 2 trucks, an SUV. I mean, shoot, they should love me.
Look at this. I think we need to clip this and send it over to Ben Hoover and Company because this sounds like a nice testimonial. We love that kind of thing here.
With a blank check for John's talent fee.
That's right.
We'll be
pay
right
that man
back.
his money.
Just pay him in bourbon.
Yeah,
The Aventine Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventine Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC.
All right, welcome back. It is time for the Love Chevy drive around the SEC. We're going to call this the John Strickland edition. We've never had Strick on board, but we know he's a Love client, so therefore, we put him right in the front seat. Jamie, there's plenty of room for you in the back. No problems there. Get you nice and cozy. You just lay down in the entire back seat.
That's how mine is. I'll gladly lay down if I have a chauffeur, but I don't have one. I am the chauffeur in my family.
Jamie fits just right in the back seat.
That's right.
Flint fits all right back there too. He slept in my back seat plenty of times.
Hey now,
Jesus, man.
As always, the Love Chevy drive around the SEC brought to us by our friends over at Love Chevy, led by their fearless leader, the executive manager, Ben Hoover. The largest inventory, the lowest prices guaranteed, still home of the $1,000 low price guarantee. visit Love Chevy in Harbison. Go to the website, lovechevy.com. We talk football 12 months out of the year on the Love Chevy drive around the SEC. Permission to go heavy football at the beginning of this, Jamie? We good with that? Strick, good with that?
Always.
All right, heavy football, then we'll get to some basketball and baseball as well. Let's start off with some odds. I mentioned this briefly yesterday. I'll narrow it down just to the SEC. These are the current Vegas betting odds, subject to change. From the SEC, the favorites, Texas 5-1 to win a natty. Georgia 6.5 to 1, Bama 7.5 to 1, and then there's a drop-off. Tennessee and Nico 18 to 1, LSU and Ole Miss 25 to 1, A&M 35 to 1, Florida and South Carolina, Sellers and Lagway 50 to 1, Auburn and Hugh Freeze 60 to 1, Oklahoma 100 to 1, and Missouri 150 to 1. Any good value you guys see in any of those?
I'm going to give you my two worst values.
Okay.
I think the Ole Miss one is way overrated, and I think the Alabama one's overrated. I think Ole Miss loses way too much, and people are just thinking that, that with their reload with the portal, which it has worked for them. They lose so much. I'm talking about us losing talent.
Right.
They lose everybody on offense, and just like their defense, they're losing, half the guys off of that defense. So I think 25 to 1 for them. I would not take that bet. I would stay away from it.
Like, doesn't it at some point in time, aren't you due for a bad portal experience?
You mean like Florida State last year?
Yeah. How many times can you go to the well year in and year out before it kind of snakes you?
I mean, they're putting a lot on Austin Simmons' shoulders, but it's going to be a lot to ask him to beat Jackson Dart, who, by the way, speaking of combines, is rapidly moving up to first-round status. He'll be the third quarterback off the board. I don't think you just replace Jackson Dart. I think that's going to be a step back.
The Ole Miss deal, by the way, guys, very similar to South Carolina 2024, week 2 on the road in Lexington. Might want to win that one.
Possible trap game. Kentucky playing for their...
Kentucky might want to win that one too.
Well, I was going to say, Mark Stoops might want to win a few games if he wants to retain employment in Lexington.
Yeah.
My best value is probably Texas.
At 5 to 1?
It's all going to depend on is Arch Manning the real deal?
Right.
We saw some flashes of him last year. We know Texas has a ton of players. All right, we know they're loaded, and but I don't know. I just I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, I don't think Ole Miss is a national championship team, but you can never predict schedules on that stuff. That stuff's all out the window now. But I will say this: as you look on paper, the Ole Miss football schedule next year really manageable if they have an elite group of players. Georgia State at Kentucky, Arkansas, Tulane, LSU back-to-back at home, Washington State at home. They go to Georgia, they go to Oklahoma back-to-back, South Carolina, the Citadel, and Florida all at home, and then at Mississippi State. Very manageable.
Interesting that you would mention scheduling, Jamie, because that's the biggest bone of contention right now in college football, and more specifically in the SEC, as we've talked about a number of times. You can't compare South Carolina's schedule to what Texas had. You can't compare Oklahoma's brutal slate compared to what Texas had. It's an issue. It's a problem. And so conference records, my 6-2 is not necessarily the same as your 6-2. Well, on top of all that, you just had Greg Sankey with yet another meeting and talking about joining the Big Ten to play 9 conference games. Sankey, no doubt, is right in the middle of all this, getting people in his ear saying 9's too much, 8's just fine. Coaches don't want the extra challenge necessarily. Then you have other people saying, well, what about the extra money that comes with 9, so on and so forth. The one quote that we got from Greg through all this, I'm one who said, I really think we ought to be trying to move to a 9-game conference schedule. But, he throws in a but, not if that causes us to lose opportunities. What is he talking about, opportunities? Of course, he's talking about the playoff.
Right.
And so that's where the SEC, if they get 4 automatic bids, well, now that paves the way to play 9. But if you don't, if you stay with this current system, look for it to stay with 8. I personally think it's going to move to 4 automatic bids and go to 9, but just one man.
It should. It should.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
I want 9 from a competitive standpoint, but I've made the case before. If they're gonna play beauty contest with you, then play the game with them. Say, well, I tell you, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play 7. How's that sound? We'll just win all the other ones. We're gonna play 7, and then we don't have to worry about it. We'll beat the cupcakes at the end of the year. I'll have a bunch of teams that are 11-1, and we'll all be in there.
Might have to do a reduction in
I'm not saying that they'll do that. I'm just saying you could play the game.
You could play the game.
Ground. Yeah, he's a
9 games
player.
is a juggernaut in this league. It is a juggernaut. I don't know. We'll see. If you get the automatic 4 bids, fine. Let's trap it up and play 9 games. But if you don't, you should not go to 9 games. That would just be craziness.
Yeah.
So unless you get the 4 automatics, stay at 8.
It has to come, and it has to come with structure. Like everybody has to be required to play another P5, and then everybody is allowed to play a G5 or FCS.
I mean, look at our schedule next year: Virginia Tech and Clemson on the front end and the back end of a crazy SEC schedule. That's probably the toughest, if not one of the toughest in the league. So
and if they go to 9 plus an annual Big Ten opponent, you can forget a game like Virginia Tech. That'll just never happen.
Yeah, it won't. It'll be out the door.
That'd be wiped off the board. We alluded to Combine earlier. This is from Connor O'Gara. Top risers from the SEC after the Combine. Texas A&M defensive lineman Shamar Stewart. Talk about physical freaks.
Yeah.
He shed 14 pounds and just put up ridiculous numbers. He went down to 267, ran a 4.59 40, a 40-inch vertical, a 10.8 broad. He moved up, made some money.
How much did he weigh?
He went down to 267, so he played heavier than that, but he shed weight right before the Combine.
Yeah. I mean, that's almost Clowney numbers right there.
I know, yeah.
Not quite, but
not quite, and certainly not quite the freakazoid production that Clowney had, his last year or two at Carolina. That was the knock on Shamar Stewart at times. Like, well, if he's so damn gifted, then why is he not dominating the league? He was good, just wasn't necessarily what they had hoped he would be in College Station. James Pierce of Tennessee. Again, Carolina did not play Tennessee, which still seems weird to me.
And
not
Georgia.
playing Tennessee, not playing Georgia, not playing Florida. But James Pierce, certainly going to be a guy that's going to be drafted highly. He goes out there, runs a 4.47. And I'll save the best for last. Jahad Campbell, Arkansas linebacker, defensive end Landon Jackson, Arkansas. Well, you'd think that would add to more Arkansas wins. DB Maxwell Hairston of Kentucky. He was an interception machine. Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden. Texas always has a guy that runs a sub 4.3, and that's what Matthew Golden did. That was a year after Xavier Worthy ran a 4.21, and of course got drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs. And of course, at the top of that list is Nick Ean Warry. For a safety, 6'3" and 1/8 of an inch. That's the 97th percentile. 220 pounds, the 92nd percentile. 43-inch vertical, 98th percentile. 11.6 broad, 98th percentile. 4.4 40, 94th percentile. Just off the charts, ridiculous numbers.
That is 220 pounds, guys. 6'3", 220 pounds, and throwing up those numbers is insane.
Yeah, just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And now, even the few that were lacking him in the first round, that's pretty much fallen by the wayside. He's on just about everybody's first round board. Hey, is it too early to think top SEC, non-SEC matchups? Here's another list for you. Number is top 7. Beamer Bowl. Virginia Tech, South Carolina, and Atlanta. That's number 7. Number 6, Bama at FSU. Ooh, the loser of that's really going to be miserable. 2 coaches that are...
Are these just opening weekend?
No, these are not just opening weekend. These are all season. Number 6, Bama at FSU. Number 5, Michigan at Oklahoma. Number 4, A&M at Notre Dame, a rematch. Number 3, Florida at Miami, a rematch, which was not competitive in the Swamp. Number 2, LSU at Clemson. And number 1, Texas at Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, what about Clemson and South Carolina? Both these teams are preseason top 10, and they don't make that?
Preseason top 10?
Or top 15 by some, top 10 by others?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just went for the non-traditional matchups.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah,
they need to clarify
like all these other games. They don't play each other every year, so I wouldn't get too
like they could have put Michigan, Ohio State in there.
Exactly. Well, that's a conference matchup.
Yeah.
This is top SEC non-conference matchup. Yeah, you could put Carolina, Clemson in there certainly, but I think they were trying to get some unique matchups on that. One piece of hard news: Clark Lee has fired a key member of his coaching staff.
Yeah, I heard
himself as the defensive coordinator.
I heard.
He did it in 23, didn't do well. Brought somebody in 24, did well, and now took it over in 24. I'm sorry, and now decided, okay, we're fixed there. I'm going to delegate it. Let somebody else handle it. You've got very few head coaches that are also a coordinator on either side of the ball anymore. Clark Lee said, yeah, I'm done. We're good. I don't need to do that. I got other stuff to worry about here. We're on
Kirby
the
is secretly the defense coordinator in Georgia.
always has been, right? I mean,
yeah.
You're just like under Saban, you might have been the DC, but you did what Saban wanted you to do.
Yeah.
If he didn't want you to go blitz happy, you didn't go blitz happy.
Yeah.
If he didn't want you to play a soft zone, you didn't play a soft zone. Those guys can't help themselves. They're micromanagers. All right, D1 baseball. We got a new number 1. It is LSU. In one weekend, they beat Dallas Baptist, very good program, Kansas State, Nebraska, Tennessee 2, Arkansas 3, Georgia 5, Florida 7. So half the top 10 in college baseball resides in the SEC. 12 is Texas, 13 is Oklahoma. Where the heck's A&M, you might ask? Well, A&M tumbled 13 spots to 14. They went 1-3. They're 6-4 overall, and they are crying bloody murder over there. What's wrong with A&M?
I'm shocked they're still ranked, by the way.
Well, they might not be much longer if they keep this up. At 6, now they have played quality opponents, I will say that, but still, 4 losses already for the Aggies. And that leads to the tumble. Ole Miss 17, they're on the rise. Vandy 18, Auburn 22, Bama 23. And finally, in SEC basketball, congratulations to Bruce Pearl, the Tigers securing their 5th SEC title in school history, the 3rd under Bruce. Again, it's a program that had very little tradition to speak of. They're number 1 in the latest poll for the 8th week in a row, followed by Tennessee 4, Florida 5, Bama 7, Missouri 15, Kentucky 19, A&M 22, Mississippi State 25. Vandy and Ole Miss got a lot of votes. Right now, Lenardi's got Auburn and Tennessee on the 1 line, Florida and Bama on the 2, Kentucky on the 3, A&M on the 4, last 4 in Arkansas, first 4 out Texas. And that does it for our Love Chevy drive around the SEC. Maestro, take it away.
Brought to you by Love Chevy. Act now for spectacular savings on the best selection of new Chevys. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I will add, by the way, to your drive around the SEC on the softball side of things, 8 of the top 10 are out of the Southeastern Conference. That includes number 1 Oklahoma and number 9 South Carolina. Gamecocks get Youngstown State tomorrow night, and if they win that game, the only 2 undefeated teams in college softball will play on Friday in Norman in a top 10 matchup. the Gamecocks and the Sooners. Nobody saw that coming. That's pretty cool.
No, the wife already hit me up this weekend. She's like, "So when are we going to a softball game?"
Yeah.
So I was like, "All right, we'll I think we're going to go at least hit the Friday nighter versus Georgia next week."
Awesome.
Did your wife play?
No, my wife was. She was a dancer. She was on the. God, what are they called? They were at the Thanksgiving game at the Cowboys, and I told JB.
Yeah, you texted me.
But she was a Rangerette, which is like the famous Kilgore Rangerette, which is probably the most famous like college girls dance group in the country. They're in Macy's Parade every year. So that's what Chrissy was in college.
Very cool. Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, hey, a couple of things. I got to give a shout out to Josh Simon, man. I thought he had a great combine.
He did.
I think he ran just as fast as Juice Wells, which is pretty awesome.
Wow. Well played.
Very nice.
Oh,
Good, John.
Lord. I had to throw that out there. I'm still sometimes you just can't listen to the dumb people around you. You just got to stick with where you're at.
Well,
But,
I mentioned this a number of times on the
cheers.
show, Strick. I've got some fairly high cotton boosters over there at Ole Miss, and I can tell you the term that they used for Juice Wells, which came from the coaching staff, he is, quote, allergic to the big moment. They had buyer's remorse very early on with Juice Wells. That did not work.
Which is crazy because he had a couple big ones in South Carolina.
Oh yeah, he had some big time games to help us win games in 23, or not 23, but or whatever it was. 22. He had some huge games.
22.
But yeah,
Clemson,
I
Tennessee.
mean, I got some friends that are Ole Miss alum, and they were like, nobody in Ole Miss cares for him.
He wasn't even one of the top 4 receivers on the field for it. I mean, toward the end, he was basically a non-factor.
That's why I was so confused why he made that move. But bad people in your ear cost you money, and that's basically what it did for him.
Well, best of luck to Juice. The juice is loose wherever he goes. So who knows where he goes? He'll go somewhere and see how long he lasts. Over under on 2.5 years in the league. 2.5.
Nah, I think he'll make it. I think he'll make it. We'll see.
With a 4.63 40.
Yeah, but
he's faster than 4.63. I mean, we've seen that.
He plays different. He plays faster than that on the field, though. I think we can all agree with that. I mean, the plays we saw him make, during his career, especially here at Carolina. I mean, where he just ran away from the Clemson DB on that one deep ball. I mean, he plays faster, but yeah, I was shocked. 4.63.
Got to be able to catch the ball in the NFL.
The season couldn't stop him either. I think he's just got to get it back together. Sometimes guys go to a new place. It was probably something he regretted. I think he is a little sensitive to outside noise. And the minute he had a bad game and Ole Miss people completely turned on him, I think he held it in. And they had better, they had good players. They didn't have to play him, and so they didn't. So, I could see what you're talking about, John, definitely. But if he doesn't get it right and he doesn't do what it takes to be a pro ball player, he won't. So
gotta get the mental. Gotta get the mental right.
Sometimes you need to check up from the neck up.
You gotta get tough mentally. Yeah.
Couple of parting shots for me. Happy Fat Tuesday to everybody. Happy Fat Tuesday. It is also, and we are all of us are one of these. It's National Sons Day. So happy National Sons Day to everybody and their sons out there. And this makes me think of the great Tommy Moody every time it is National Pancake Day. When Joe,
I'm so confused. There's more days for everything now that I've ever heard in my life.
Well,
National Paraplegic.
It's also National Pound Cake Day for anybody wondering. But Tommy Moody made National Pancake Day very famous in this state when Joey Pancake went yard in like 2014. That became the joke for a while. So.
We'll give Tommy that one. I love Tommy.
We'll give Tommy that one.
We'll give him that one.
Tommy was good at that stuff, man. He always.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got a parting shot. 31 years ago today, the great John Candy passed away.
Oh man,
One of my favorite actors of all time.
Best favorite John Candy. I'll do this to you. You do it to me all the time. Favorite John Candy movie on the spot.
Permission to put me on the spot?
That's a hard one, man.
I know, but I have an answer. And then there's a lot to choose from.
Immediately.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh.
Del Griffith, the shower curtain salesman.
Yeah.
Mine's Uncle Buck.
Uncle Buck. Yeah.
Uncle Buck, JC. I know JC's a big Uncle Buck guy.
Huge Uncle
Oh,
Buck.
yeah. The Great Outdoors.
The Great Outdoors.
Outdoors.
Classic.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll never forget the old. His best acting job was Planes, Trains, and Automobile. I mean, that character and Uncle Buck. But my favorite John Candy movie is Great Outdoors. Volunteers is a close second. That's why I'm pissed off about
cable the
Washington
other
State.
day. I was like, JC loves this. He
Washington
always
State
talks about this movie.
They sing. He's Tommy or Tim from Tacoma or whatever. They sing the Washington State fight song in it, and I'm like, how can you relegate that program?
Yeah, it's before Tom Hanks became a communist. Did you ever eat the old 96ers, Strick?
I did not. I could have done that way back in the day, but honestly, me and my wife split a 16-ounce ribeye every time we eat dinner. So
okay,
that's
and he put down a 96er. Got free Paul Bunyan hats for the kids with that effort.
I'm gonna throw all of you off, by the way. Uncle Buck is so close, but you know what my favorite John Candy movie is? And he's one of the stars.
Don't say Spaceballs.
No. Come on. It's one of my favorite movies. Cool Runnings.
Oh,
that's a
great movie. Yeah.
Cool Runnings.
There's a movie called Delirious. He's a soap opera writer, and it's like real
good.
life.
That's a good
kind
one.
of off the beaten path.
You know, he was a football player.
Yeah.
In Canada, he was an offensive lineman in Canada, like a
Canadian
good
football.
one, not a scrub.
Well, hey, remember he was also Officer Lasky in National Lampoon's Vacation.
Oh yeah. No.
Sorry,
folks.
Park's closed.
Moose
Park's
outside
closed.
should have told you.
Moose outside should have told you.
Also, he stole the show in his limited time in Stripes as Oxenberger.
Yeah, I was going to say,
famous mud wrestling scene.
Oxenberger, yep.
Yep. You got. I mean, there's everything he's in. Just
he was a broadcaster in Rookie of the Year. Remember? With the Cubs.
I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
I forgot about that. Those aren't pillows, Craig. Yes, that is a classic line from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when he's caressing Steve Martin. Where's your other hand? Between two pillows. Those aren't pillows. Fantastic.
Man, I gotta watch a Candy movie tonight, man.
Speaking of movies, I liken this crosstalk, which I love, brings us all together in harmony. As it's like the scene in Heat, where Pacino and De Niro are actually on the same stage, and they're in the diner, and everybody, if you watch that movie, you're like, holy crap, it's Pacino and De Niro in the same. You know, they weren't in the same scene in Godfather 2. But Heat was that movie. That's what this is. We're making cinematic history, and we're throwing in Strick. That's like an extra A-list actor into the mix. It's like you had Pacino, De Niro, and then we throw in Gene Hackman, the late Gene Hackman.
There we are.
Yeah, I feel like I hadn't seen JC or talked to him on him forever. I mean, it's kind of weird.
Oh, we're on different. I come in the second half.
What's your
we're
vibe?
doing this crosstalk closer.
I keep you guys on during the day while I'm working. So
We appreciate that. He knows when you're on, JC. He's just saying you haven't invited.
Well, no, I texted you the other day about something on the show. So
yeah.
He calls me to do a deep dive in real time to the 2001 Gamecock football season. And they had 656 yards against Vanderbilt that year and set a record. That set a record for total offense in that game.
Was that when Pinnock and Watson each went over 100?
Yep. Pinnock, Watson, they beat the crap. It was one of the, I think, late Woody Wiedenhofer teams at Vandy. They weren't very good. So they beat the snot out of those guys. And the yard, they only scored 46 points, but the yards, wow. I was at the game. Of course, they didn't have any live stats or anything then. and I heard about it on the radio, maybe from you, Mike Morgan, on the post-game call-in show. If you were doing it in 01. Yeah, 656. I was like, wow. Yes. Anyway.
Yeah, my point was JC had brought up that only so many teams have won 9 or more games in the regular season. I said, well, that's not fair because in 2001 we only played 11 games versus all these teams that have played 12 and won 9 or more. And I was just like, listen, that 01 team, because, we would have had another cupcake on the schedule. So it would have been an easy, 9-win season and during the regular season. And honestly, that team that year, man, we pooped our pants against Arkansas and Tennessee. Shouldn't have lost either of those games.
Should have never lost that game.
Oh, God.
What I remember most about that
we were on the goal
team,
line twice and didn't score.
Yeah. So in 2000, it's the infamous Quincy Carter 5 interception game, right?
Yeah.
I have a good friend of mine who's with the Georgia radio network. He still halfway jokes. I can't tell if he's serious or not. Quincy was on the take. I'm telling you, he was on the take. No, Quincy just got beat. So Georgia, in their, as you know, John, being from the Peach State, they don't believe they're supposed to lose to South Carolina, Georgia. They just kind of stick up their nose at South Carolina. So the next year, I go on the trip in Athens, pregame and postgame show. And first of all, the traffic was just miserable. I remember that. But I remember after Carolina holds on to win it, and we're stuck in traffic. I don't think we got out of Athens for 2 hours. And you got Gamecock fans talking all kinds of smack and just living it up. And you got Georgia fans like someone just stole their milk money, their Christmas presents, their inheritance, everything. Like, how did what just happened here? And it was like, is this a changing of the guard? They couldn't believe it 2 years in a row.
Listen,
it's not supposed to happen.
Just real quick on this, because I know we got to run, but I remember going back home after we had beaten Georgia 2 years in a row, and some of my friends that were at Georgia then, and some of my older friends that already graduated from Georgia, and we were all hanging out at a little house party, and they were talking about Georgia football. And they were like, yeah, but they were going to just lose to South Carolina every year, so it doesn't matter. Talking about them winning the SEC, going to national championship, all this. And so I loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
And then in 02, they almost lost for a third straight time.
Yeah.
And then in 04, we talked about it on here. We were on the 3-yard line with 14 seconds left, and we didn't get in.
What was the 16-0 game?
That was 04.
That was 04.
I did that game on TV with Buck Ballou, and Buck was
hey,
all...
Mike, yeah.
Hey,
man,
I got to tell you.
Snagglepuss.
And he was sulking in the first half, and then started to gloat a little in the second half. But yeah, I remember that one. That was in the all-black unis, right?
It sure was.
Yeah.
JC, what are you vibing today? What's the good word for the remaining chapters?
It's the 600th episode of the show.
That's right.
Oh.
So we're celebrating.
The Super Speedway.
Also, I listened to a congressional hearing earlier, so I am now dumber. Having listened to that.
To what now?
A congressional hearing. Beamer did a great job.
Yeah.
Most of the rest of the people in that room have a combined IQ of 7. At least on this topic. And so I'm a little salty about that. But we're going to talk about that and basketball and open up the chat box and happy stuff.
Sweet.
Well, gentlemen, it is as always, it has been a pleasure. Look forward to seeing all of you again very, very soon. Bill, I'll see you more than others.
I'll be around, lurking in the background.
I know where to find you. Final quick shot here. Joyce Edwards named first team All-SEC. Malaysia Fulwiley, Tahina Paupau, second team, and Raven Johnson, Sanaya Fagan to the all-defensive team, Joyce Edwards to the all-freshman team, and Malaysia Fulwiley, the 6th woman of the year, coach of the year, Vic Schaefer, Dawn Staley's 4 consecutive years as coach of the year. That run is over as Vic Schaefer has taken it from there. For John and Mike, I'm JB. Phil, JC, take it away.
All right, guys.
All right.
See you guys.
See everybody on the other side.
not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say, but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say, but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecock The Show. This is Phil, Mad Dog Mullinax, JC Sherbert over there. Mr. Beamer is, I believe, managed his testimony up there in Washington. I did not get to listen to. I tried to listen to it, but JC, it is just
you can't do that.
Incredibly tough doing that while trying. To,
that's
this.
Next to impossible.
Yeah, I'm like, I got some, over bloated, congressperson in my ear and one ear and Mike in the other.
Don't do it.
I'm like, no, it's too much.
I had to come in here and I turned it off. I had to, after the stupid person from Illinois, number 1 talked, or number 2 talked, the 80-year-old Schmakowski.
Oh, yeah.
Who wants to litigate another political issue with higher education in the middle of a sports hearing. That pissed me off. I was like, you don't devote a ton of time to this subject, that other subject with the whatever Doge, whatever the hell it is. It has nothing to do with sports, athletics. She even dumbly said to Justin Falsinelli, who I don't agree with at all. So I'm glad he went to Clemson. He's unrealistic. And he's not even advocating for Clemson, because if they go to an employment model, like Beamer said, Clemson's going to have to cut sports. I mean, whatever. So I didn't agree with him. He's a very well-spoken, intelligent person, though. Unlike Jan Schmakowski or Schmaus, I don't even know how to say it. She's not my district. My district, believe it or not, has Jesse Jackson's son as our congressman.
Okay.
You talk about gerrymandering. But it's she I mean, looks good for 80, right? Reelected, whatever. Clueless about sports. And then ask if Falsinelli, if they would have the money. How are you concerned about having the money because of these cuts that have nothing to do with sports? And of course he said, oh yeah, it's this, and this. He commented intelligently on the subject, showing her ignorance. Not a surprise that she's from Illinois. I mean, not a surprise that these people here reelect her over and over and over again. She needed to be dismissed out of hand and needed to get out of the damn meeting. Yeah. So that ticked me off. The guy from Kentucky seemed to at least appreciate sports and where things were at, but he didn't have a grasp of the facts. I can appreciate the student athlete from the football player from Abilene Christian saying, hey, the employment model for smaller schools is unsustainable, and it is. Right. It's unsustainable for everything but a couple of sports. I mean, people don't understand that.
Well, the line would be drawn between revenue and non-revenue.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you can't take loss leaders when you're employing people, because that is your highest, margin and overhead is employment. And if you got to do it that way, then boop, cut.
And Phil, he said something really smart, in my opinion. He said, he said the coach-player relationship changes. And it does. If you think about the relationship between coach and player at the professional level versus the college level. Now, there are some who are going to say, well, these coaches that are making all this money in college, whatever. And look, I said this earlier. If you want to have a conversation about coaches' salaries in college sports, are they out of control? Yes.
Yeah.
We can trace that back to where we trace everything else back, attorneys and agents. I mean, just like you could trace most of the bullshit in Washington back to lobbyists. It's kind of funny how in this country, people that aren't really that are just paid to advocate for a position end up making out better than those that the position affects.
Right.
Yeah. Right. It's kind of funny how that works here. It's like this big ball of fakeness.
Wield more influence than the people for which those folks were elected to serve.
Take both sides out of it and just pay the person in the middle that facilitates it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. If you want something done, hire a lobbyist.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a situation business wise. I may have to, seek an attorney's advice soon, and I'm sure that person will make out pretty well at the end of the day. But trust me, it'll be worth it. But I looked at the thing and was like, I was just disgusted for our country, disgusted for just the general concept of time. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Time is so precious. That was a gigantic waste of everyone's time. That's even, I mean, why do you want to litigate higher education funding and use that opportunity to go after your opposition? And even if you're on the other side of the aisle, wow, you wouldn't use that time to go after President Biden 6 months ago. I would hope not. I'd be just as mad. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to talk about sports, let's number one, get people in there that understand sports. Number two, let's limit the questions, and limit the subjects. It's grossly unfair to have the athletic director from Illinois and the head football coach at South Carolina and all those student athletes and advocates in there, and you're litigating something they have nothing to do with. You are wasting their time, and it makes me sick.
Yeah.
Because the more time you waste, the less progress happens. These people get reelected every 2 years. They spend half the damn time campaigning. They're only, look at they're all of them, Republicans included, This is not a partisan issue. Their net worth skyrocketed while everybody else starves. And they can't simply sit there and come to reasonable solutions or have an intelligent conversation about something that affects literally hundreds of thousands of people.
Right.
In college athletics.
Yeah,
and
a direct impact on them, not just tangentially either. It's like,
and the future of our, I think college sports are overwhelmingly positive. We spend a lot of time focusing on the 2% of the people that go pro and just forget about the other 98%. I thought everybody cared about democracy. You hear that all the time. That's becoming like the word generational.
Well, if it
talking
weren't
about
for
sports,
right, the need to have clarity and transparency in government, these committee meetings, especially the subcommittee meetings, should be taken off of television, because anytime there's a freaking camera in the room, these people want to put on a damn show. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. They want to get their FaceTime and they want to get their 15 minutes in, and they want to get, whatever it is that they can go back there and soundbite and clip. Because, there's only about 2 months worth in every 2 years of actual governance, and the rest is spent politicking and campaigning.
Yeah.
So we got to get these. We got to get these sound bites lined up. We got to get this stuff ready to go because we got to hit the road next week.
And I understand you got a campaign. I understand you want to get reelected and you know all this good stuff. But listen, what does it take to be a congressman or congressperson these days? What are they generally? I'm not talking about the bartenders of the world or some ex-military people that have ventured their way into Congress. What are like lawyers that aren't good enough to be great lawyers, and then so they become reality television stars essentially. Is that the level of intelligence and talent that we're talking about here? Because it showed today across the board. And there needs to be retirement age as well. I mean,
I've said it forever. It's like if you wanted
for everybody.
If you wanted to really get everybody in the country behind something that could make an actual change, you could put together a very simple term limits amendment to the Constitution. It would fly through the ratification process, because you know what? Octogenarians shouldn't be setting laws and making precedents for future generations. You need to go home and enjoy the sunset of your life without, continuing to glean whatever power and influence it's left for you.
Not the baby
propped
boomers,
up in a chair.
Not the baby boomers, baby. Not the boomers.
Hey,
people my mom and stepfather's age.
Yeah. Well,
they all want to live forever. They don't want to quit work.
No.
Trust me. It is it is something else. I don't know that Gen X is going to be that way when we get there. I think we'll be like, all right, you can have it.
All right, listen, my greatest goal to ever be attained is retirement.
Yes, I know. Right. I'm going to enjoy my life. I mean, you don't wheel me off the show. If I'm sitting here 82 and still doing this show, how will that be then? I'll just attach something to my brain and it'll come out on the computer. My thoughts. That's right. The technology will be there.
Just imprint on the screen.
Elon Musk did this.
Yeah, where's Elon? Come on, damn it. Let's get on this.
He's found a way to live to be like 150. I don't know. Anyway, that's crazy.
It's crazy.
But man, I'm just like, good Lord. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I just was so disappointed in everything except Shane Beamer about that. From the media reaction to, I mean, some of these people out here in the media. And I appreciate a guy like Ross Dellinger. Ross Dellinger, the only commentary he even made was, they're getting off topic. That's it. He just reports the facts. I appreciate that about him. And that's all I really read. Everybody else obviously doesn't understand and isn't smart enough to understand why you can't have collective bargaining and employment in college athletics. They're very, very narrow-minded. And they think that they're these, because they're the same crusaders that, a push for NIL and unlimited transfers and free agency and all that. Well, great. Fine. Those things are good. They've been positive for a lot of programs. I think, if anything, they've shaken up some of the blue bloods a little bit, which I think is a good thing for the sport. I think that I think that they're the same people that push this narrative about exploitation and all that. And again, they're focused on the 2%, right? They're the same political dogma that talks incessantly about the 3% of the millionaires and billionaires, the 3%, blah, 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 blah. How rich people are evil, blah, blah, blah. The socialist. Let's just say that. The socialist. Those same people are literally catering to 3% of the student athletes in our country and screwing the other 97% with some of this talk.
Right. Yeah, I know.
So I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. So I apologize for that. It's just very disappointing. I don't know why I got my hopes up.
Yeah, it's always, it's why we always preface our statement with, I really wish we didn't have to do this, but we're going to have to get them involved.
Yeah.
It's like everybody hates doing it, but it's
everybody everywhere. It's the governing body. They're supposed to be making the laws. Right. Look, there's been all this controversy since the Bush administration, right? No matter the party about, remember Obama's quote, I have a pen, all these executive orders, blah, blah, blah. And then the Supreme Court has to basically sort it all out. And that's not really what they're intended to be. The federal court system is not meant to be, okay, well, you made a decision, but we're going to be the ultimate arbitrators of everything. That's stupid. That's not a system. It's not how it was set up. And it's because Congress and you look at Congress's approval ratings, it's always like 19%. They don't give a single flip as long as the money keeps rolling in and they keep getting reelected. And the bad lawyers who don't know much about anything except how to put on a smile and push a narrative that probably their staff wrote for them and go to parties and do whatever. Those people, most of them, it's never all of them, but most of them, don't do squat because they're afraid of their own constituents and afraid of their own party's apparatus primarying them because, all the stupid, the districts are all gerrymandered now. So there's really no competitive districts anywhere. So anyway, screw them. Screw them all. I'm so disappointed and disgusted with all this, man. And I talk about it, and we're not going to talk about it after this segment. We're going to get on to other things like senior day for basketball and baseball and softball and recruiting and all that good stuff.
The things we like to talk about.
Things we like to talk about. But it's important because it's going to kind of decide where the whole college sports deal goes. Yeah. And if you're against some of these sharks out there, for lack of a better term, the private equity people and all that, who have, folks, I'm telling you, they have models on the table that they have pitched to leaders in college athletics, private equity, that basically guarantee 8 programs more money than everybody else based on brand.
Yeah.
Dude, number one, it's going to kill the sport. Number two, screw it. Let those 8 teams go beat each other up every year and play actual college football elsewhere. Let them go.
Yeah.
Let them go. Take all of them. Take all 8. Nobody will miss them, I promise. And there'll be enough really good, historically good programs that stay behind to where it'll be fun. Nobody's going to miss if you take the top 8 brands in the sport and put them in one league and let them play each other and all that. And everybody's like, ooh, look at this league. Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, they'll get all the best recruits, but you just don't play them anymore. You let them play with themselves.
Yeah.
And that's no fun. You can only do that so much, man. There's only so much material that's compelling. When you play with yourself that often.
Playing with yourself gets old pretty quick, right? Yeah.
Wow. All right.
It's a little stale.
That's a good way to end that little monologue.
That's right. I wish I'd have had my finger on the trigger. I'd have just dumped us right to a break there. But go ahead. Tell us about one of our partners, though. I
did want to say this is episode 600.
I know.
Since then, this is not from the old podcasting days where I was just like, bleh. It was just me. This is from when me and Phil started doing it, and then when it was the 3 of us, and then now back to our super stream.
Yes.
And dude, it's been so awesome. I can't even believe it's been that many
live shows.
Live 600
live shows, man.
Inside the Gamecocks, the show 600. I want to remind everybody about buying coffee to help NIL. Speaking of, Gamecockcoffee.com. Don't forget too, we got some popcorn on there, gourmet popcorn, cocky corn. It's delicious. It's good. So if you're not a coffee drinker, buy some popcorn. Go to GamecockCoffee.com and take care of that. All that money goes to NIL and Garnet Trust and money in the coffers. But so I just want to get that off my chest because I am now dumber. So now we're going to kind of dumb down the conversation and talk about things that don't make my head hurt. We'll be back after this.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more. Now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia, yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. 600th episode here. Another milestone for the Clowns. Looking at senior day tonight at the CLA. I know that this basketball season has not turned out as well as everyone wanted it to. But this team is still fighting, especially when it's at home. There is something to, play for some of these guys who want to be invited back with NIL money, looking at next year's team to be able to compete for those spots. And, if you needed any extra motivation other than the pride of actually going out there and winning, you can play spoiler with a hot Georgia team coming in, fairly hot, looking to solidify their spot in the NCAA tournament. Fairly well ensconced in there now, but right now the margin for error for some of these SEC teams is pretty tight, and you don't want to end up dropping a game here at the end of the season against a team that you should beat, even though, hey, look at that. Gamecocks 1.5 point favorites at home tonight as Georgia comes to town, which I don't know if I like that or not. I'd rather it be 1.5 dogs, but hey, the home road splits, JC, for this basketball team are incredible. I mean, two completely opposite ends of the spectrum. The margins, I think, with the dismantling of Arkansas, you now have a plus margin in home games, point differential, and you're sitting on double-digit deficits on the road. So, hey, you're at home tonight, win out.
It's about response and critical winning moments in a game. I think this team's not very good at that. The two they've won, really, they were up so big that when the other team finally responded, they were really a lost cause. I know Texas, people were kind of excited or nervous when Texas cut it to 11 with like 2 minutes left, and weirder things have happened, and the team hadn't won a game since. I mean, until then, but they were up so much. And then, the Arkansas game, like it was 60. When it goes 60-28, I was like, this is either going to be the greatest comeback in the history, one of the greatest comebacks in the history of college basketball, or the Gamecocks are going to win. And they ended up winning by 19. But on the road, you face more pivotal moments in basketball, I think. The crowd yelling at you, the other team in basketball, more than just about any other sport, teams play better at home. That home court advantage is a thing in college basketball. Folks that gamble a lot are like, they're give me a home underdog in college basketball. It's very popular.
Yeah,
to take a home dog in college basketball for a good reason. You look at that, but to win on the road in this sport, last year's team was pretty good at it.
Mm-hmm.
They were great in moments, like up at Tennessee when they won. The Vols didn't play all that well and were missing shots, and the Gamecock, it was kind of a back and forth game. And when the Vols made their run, which inevitably they would, Carolina answered. That Mississippi State game, which, good Lord, Phil, thinking back on that, that was the last game of last season. It didn't even matter as far as standings or anything. It was the difference between winning 12 and winning 13. And I think it went to overtime, and that was a 93-89 overtime win by the Gamecocks. Where they played their butts off in that one. And there was nothing at stake, it was just a matter of winning 13, I think. I don't think there was much at stake. Maybe there was, I don't know. But those guys, I mean, in a 93-89 game with Mississippi State and South Carolina last year was not something that was common, but both teams were hot. And every time Mississippi State would answer, South Carolina would. This team, and why they're getting blown out on the road when the other team makes a run, right? The Gamecocks don't respond. And then the other team keeps going, low. And then what little momentum they get, then they inevitably do something to give the home team momentum. At home, Carolina's been getting up and building early leads in most of the games. Not all of them, but most of them. Some of them have been comebacks. But they've responded until the end of the game when the game's on the line. And then they don't. So meeting the moment is something that it's a fine line in athletics. in sports, and especially with basketball, such a momentum sport. You know, that's why you have multiple timeouts. That's what the coach is doing. Calm down, timeout,
Right,
stop the momentum, catch a breath, all that good stuff. So, you know, that's why there haven't been more wins. But it really, as ugly and bad as the record is, you kind of look at it and instead of being a season where the program's completely bottomed out, you know, and look, you go 0-19 in the league like Vanderbilt and Missouri have done recently. That's still bottoming out, even if you lose 19 one-point games. So that's the deal there. But they've won a couple, and you know, they should have won 5 more, right?
I know.
It's really been more of a season of lost opportunity. Starting with the North Florida game, all the way like Xavier and Indiana. Those 2 teams were, you know, they didn't end up being world beaters. And then all those close conference losses at home. I mean, you had everybody at number 1. You had them beat. You had number 4 beat, or 3, whatever Florida is now. Yeah, you had like those would be like 5 quad 1 wins.
Yeah, every one of them would have been.
Yeah, or you know, and so you know, it tells you a little bit about, like, I think the actual coaching. You know, I'm not saying Lamont Paris has been a wizard over there this year, but I don't think there's been a problem with the coaching. I don't think he's been out coached in games. I think his team has been outplayed in critical moments for the most part, and then obliterated on the road because they didn't meet any moments instead of meeting every moment until the end. But, you know, it's okay. You know, I think that with men's basketball, we all kind of resigned long ago that this was not going to be a good year, a lost year. I haven't even checked the net rankings, and unless I have to vote in the 24/7 Sports Publisher SEC poll. And I like 4 weeks ago, because there's so many good teams, I decided just to go straight with the net.
Yeah, right. The analytics must be right. Yeah. Just run down.
This week I reminded myself how much I don't like the net, because there were some things where like Vanderbilt really wasn't high enough and Texas was too high. So I flipped a couple this week, but I don't even look at it. You know, I mean, and that sucks, because that's a lot of fun to watch it every week when your team's involved and things like that. I mean, I look at scores and stuff, but we all kind of resigned and got the anger of this team or the season out of the way. And so I think now it's just tonight you play Georgia. South Carolina wants to beat the University of Georgia in every sport that they play them in every year, no matter what the stakes are. South Carolina's had a ton of success against Georgia since Georgia basically ruined the season in 2015 and 16 by sweeping the Gamecocks. And the Gamecocks didn't make the big dance despite 24 wins. And so they've won. You know, Carolina's won a lot. It's at Colonial Life Arena. And you could really put a damper on the Dogs' NCAA tournament hopes. Now, Georgia's probably not out even with a loss.
No, I don't
they may
think
have
so.
Some work to do.
Yeah, they're in. I think they're playing for seeding right now.
Their non-conference was really, really good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, their non-con was solid, just like everybody else's in the league. But, you know, Carolina didn't play well at all down in Athens, and Georgia needed to kind of get up off the map. But the pressure is more on Georgia tonight. I mean, senior night at South Carolina. You know, they're going to honor some of the players. I know Nick Pringle and Jacoby Wright are going to be honored, although there's still an outside shot. Nick Pringle could be back next year, according to the VIP room by our man John Whittle last night. We'll see. You know, I don't, like I said, I don't make any guarantees about the basketball roster next year. It is, people ask me, who do you think will be back? Who can they get back? It's all wait and see.
Right.
I don't know who. I can't say anybody will for sure. I can't say anybody won't. But if you're a senior, you're not coming back. So that's a way to honor some folks that played some good basketball, especially at times during their career. And you know, I know one person going because I got him some tickets today. Friend of mine had some tickets, so I got a friend of mine some tickets, and if he wants to talk about that in the chat box, he can. but I'm happy that folks are going, and there seems to be kind of a resignation, like, all right, well, heck, these guys are still trying.
Yeah.
The anger has subsided about this season. I think the conversation will begin in earnest once the season's over and we get through March Madness and the off season starts and the portal opens and we see sort of where we're at with all of that. But certainly, senior night, a lot of these guys last year were part of that really good team that went back to the tournament when nobody expected it. So if you can make it to Colonial Life Arena, do it. If you can't, nobody's going to hate on you. If you want to go to the baseball game tonight against
Davidson,
Steph Curry,
that is right.
The Davidson Wildcats. That's one thing I said earlier on Coffee about this, Phil, that I love about college baseball is you have a chance to get right back on the horse.
Yeah.
With these midweek games, the sweep was fresh in everyone's mouth. You come back, unlike football where you got to wait a week, right?
Right.
You got to get it out of your mind, and everybody's talking about it all week. You had one day of what I call the South Park crowd, the South Park mob. Where in South Park where you have a crowd of people, they're like, you have a day of that, and then it's right back to the ballpark. And like Willow said yesterday, people should be pissed off about the Clemson series. I mean, this baseball program has a lot of pride. It's unacceptable to get swept by your rival. It's unacceptable to have lost 5 in a row to them. And it's certainly unacceptable to be, as Whittle said, non-competitive at the plate. And really outside of 4 pitchers, non-competitive on the mound as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if it weren't for some heroic performances by 3 pitchers this past weekend, they'd have really gotten the socks beat off of them.
Yeah. Which makes it even more, hurtful
it's
at the end of the day, because you were in it. Like you were in all 3 of these games right up to the end. And then you weren't.
But I turned it off.
I know.
ESP, dude. I can tell the future.
Just
oh man, look inside my crystal ball.
Yes, I did that on Sunday. I was listening to it on Sunday, and then the stream for whatever reason went out, and I didn't pull it back up. It was right before the Gamecocks scored their runs, and then about 40 minutes later, I was like, oh, let's check on, and I'm like, oh, look at that. They ended up getting blown out, and
I love innings. I turned it off when it was 1-0.
Yep.
I was like, I'm just not doing it, man. You can tell. And it makes it look, if they ain't got, let's say that, because there's been some teams that couldn't pitch, that were sort of out of pitching. Remember Kingston's team that went 8-22 in the league, and they could hit the ball pretty well, but they had no pitching at all.
Nothing there. Yeah. No.
You almost don't care if you get beat 12-9. There's some dingers in it and some excitement. That's a lot easier to take because you're just like, well, you don't have any pitching and they're going to tee off and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. But at least you can give them a run for their money, on the scoreboard.
The only way a pitcher's duel in baseball is fun, and I do think they're fun. Yeah. I do like pitcher's duel, especially like major leagues. Maybe that's the Braves fan in me, because when you had Smoltz and Glavine, and I mean, you'd have some 1-0 and 2-1, 3-2 exciting games. But I do like pitcher's duels, but the only way I like them is if like, all right, we got a good hitting team. This guy's just on a roll. Eventually, they're going to figure him out and score some runs. Clemson's starter on Sunday, I never felt like Carolina was getting to him. They just made the change. And then they brought in this guy that threw this pitch over and over and over and over again.
It's like, it was reminiscent of, being able to trot Veach out there last year for the Gamecocks, right? Where he just throws that off-speed stuff that you can't hit, and he's going to do it again, and he's going to do it again. He might throw a fastball every once in a while just to, say that he threw one.
Yeah.
But that was not the case this weekend. He just abandoned it all. Slider, 70 miles an hour, just like fall off the table crap. Just awful.
And Phil, I'm no physicist, but it didn't really look like what Veach. When you watch Veach throw, you're like, oh man, that's a junk baller from hell, right?
Right,
there.
yeah. That his stuff was like nasty.
Yeah, that thing
right?
would break. You're like, oh, there it goes. That guy, I didn't really. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. Am I stupid?
No. It's not the same type of pit, but it's like that kind of that flavor, if you will. Like just I got one thing I do really well, and that's what I'm going to do. Veach he had a couple more tools in there, but you knew his primary one was going to be that really nasty, just off speed stuff that was like garbage.
This guy was like, he's kind of. I don't know. I mean, I'm not somebody that's a baseball person. Tell me, am I smart? I mean, what's the difference between Veach and the guy? Maybe they're the same. Who knows? I can't tell.
No, they're not. Yeah, they're not.
I just know that Grayson Griner kept talking. Grayson's so good because he's just kind of like that guy that no matter, it doesn't get too high or too low on the air. But I said, well, I just don't know about that. I don't know. When I was a catcher, somebody was throwing the same thing over and over, you're like, and you listen to it and you're like, it's something that will probably piss you off and be like, oh God, why? Well, the same thing. But Grayson just delivers it so smooth,
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
It's like, and I don't know, man. Kip Bognight probably has a different bunch of words to say.
Right. Yeah. And that kind of situation.
Right. I appreciate his passion, man. But that's a great that's a good 3-man booth for TV.
Yeah.
Bognight and Griner. I like that. But it was just disappointing. But so put it to bed. Look, you got two choices. If you're the players, coaches, fans, we can all sit around here and bemoan the Clemson loss. Bemoan. And it does suck, and it's unacceptable. Yeah. Everybody said that. Or you can say, well, that's just one series. It's only March 4th. It's a college baseball season. Heck, dude, I remember one of Tanner's College World Series teams started 1-5 in the SEC.
Right. I mean,
swept too. Baseball's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, you get hot at the right time.
And it's about how you respond, right? I mean, you've seen now what you've done against top tier competition. So now what adjustments are you going to make moving forward? But you said it right. I mean, these midweek games give you an opportunity to build a little confidence.
Yeah.
Coming off of something like that.
It should. And I'll say this too. I was on 107.5 this morning and it's come up on the message boards and stuff. And I think sometimes, after going through what happened in basketball and then the discussion about the NIL dollars and stuff like that. And, Carolina's worst NIL and the blah, 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 blah. Well, come to find out Oklahoma and LSU both are like, well, we didn't spend that much money on basketball. That's Oklahoma and LSU, not little old South Carolina. And so, I think that was a little overblown because you heard nothing about the lack of, they were happy with their roster this offseason. And I still think it's more just individual players. And sometimes this happens in sports. This doesn't work out with them. They didn't come with the right mental approach, within the games. Collectively as a team, they're dysfunctional. There's teams with talent that do that. I don't think South Carolina is overly talented compared to the rest of the SEC, but I didn't think they were overly talented last year. No. They're not. That's just how it is. And it's going to be that way for a while in basketball. So you got to build, and get some sustained success. This is the Wisconsin plan, man. This isn't, let's go try to out athlete everybody. This is the Wisconsin plan. And so you got to get some bigs that can shoot. Easier said than done. Definitely a point guard. That's going to be everything in the portal. Yeah. That fits Lamont's system and all that. But people are applying this to baseball now. Well, what about the NIL? Blah, blah, blah. And I heard the conversation with Whittle yesterday, and I was asking about it on 107.5, and I deferred to him, and he's absolutely right. I don't know much baseball as far as talent evaluation and all that good stuff. I do enjoy watching it, and if I talk about a game, it's more about game flow and moments and approaches and stuff like that. However, the NIL thing is something I do know about because Carolina Rise had the baseball team the last 2 years. And I know how much they were making then. And I know how much they're making now. And let's just say those numbers are much, 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 much higher. Much higher. Right. And which is a good thing for the program. Whittle nailed it, though. They did. This is not the most talented baseball team South Carolina's ever had. But are they much better than what they've shown? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Can they win games? Yes. This is not a hopeless cause. But NIL, I mean, talking about that right now is, I think, just a leftover feeling from basketball.
Right.
Because that's not, Paulman, it was more the timing of the hire. I mean, it still is the case in college sports with NIL and everything else that when you have a coaching change, you're going to lose players and you're going to lose recruits. Now, in basketball, as Mark Bynington at Vanderbilt showed us, and really Kurt Signetti in Indiana too.
Yeah.
The two guys that came from James Madison, who I still think, ironically, the team that put the final nail in the Kingston coffin last year in baseball. What a year they had. But, they had to kind of, Kurt brought 22 guys from James Madison in football and won. And Bynington had to kind of go find a roster, kind of like Lamont did last year.
Right.
And so you can't, baseball is different than that. I mean, it's a bigger roster. There's more positions to fill. Recruiting lasts longer. You're fighting like the draft and everything else. So I don't know that they, I don't know that it's not an NIL thing so much as it's kind of a timing thing.
Yeah.
So that's and that's Whittle's. Those are Whittle's words, and I'll back him up.
Yeah, he would know
that one. Yeah, he knows. He follows it. I read about it, and I remember talking to him about it. But I think they can work it out. It's not time for like a requiem or referendum on the Maneri era that's 12 games old.
No, yeah, I mean, it sucks to lose to your rival, but the reality of the situation is like people just get it behind you, because some of these folks out here are acting like you've been swept 3 series in a row to kick off, SEC play, and you're not there yet. And this team doesn't look like it's not going to win. So,
yeah. If they play like they did against Clemson, they are probably starting 0-9 in the SEC.
Yeah, right. I mean, you can't do that again, but there's no real indication that what we saw this weekend is all you're going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. The team has talent.
These guys have been playing baseball their whole lives.
Yeah, they got to put it together, and they probably will.
They didn't get to where they're at. Kreger in the Nana Sports chat box said the Clemson guy was just throwing a swooping breaking ball. I asked Petrie about it. He said he swung at each pitch that bounced in the grass in front of the mound. He said it's filthy. Well, I guess it was. Oh, well.
Yeah. I don't know. All I got out of it was, well, he's throwing it again. He's throwing it again. That's just all I kept hearing on the radio. Jeez, well, there he's another one. Hey, got him with another one. Like,
nobody ever adjusted. So nevertheless, GamecockTraditions.com. Softball's winning. I think. How many Gamecock fans are going to tune in for that Oklahoma series? I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. They got me. My interest is peaked.
Rick Pitino called Kentucky men's basketball the Roman Empire of college basketball. Oklahoma softball is the Roman Empire of softball. They are the bluest of blue bloods in that sport, and the Gamecocks, upstarts, man. They're so that ought to be really good. So people tune it in. My point is, Gamecock Traditions has some big, bright yellow softballs with the Gamecock logo on them to show your support for the Gamecock softball program, Nationally Chastain Root. Please go follow Gamecock Traditions on all their social media accounts. If you like gear, eventually you'll buy something. I always do. But check them out, Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. We'll be back after this for the final hour of the Tuesday episode of the show, where I'm now dumber for having listened to a congressional hearing.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour of the show on a terrible Tuesday. I don't know, I say terrible Tuesday just because it's my least favorite day of the week. Well documented. Looking at some of the midweek games kicking off here. Of course, senior night for the basketball at CLA against the Dogs of Georgia. Davidson comes to town at Ray Tanner Field at Founders Park to go up against the reeling Gamecock baseball team. Still be interesting to see what lineup gets out there tonight with a couple of the injury concerns that we had over the weekend, and Jones and Talmadge LeCroy, hoping they find health quicker than is expected. And they get back to 100% because both of them have plenty of talent and will be able to help this team down the stretch. And I thought, isn't there something else tonight? Softball's got a midweek. Is that tonight or is that tomorrow? I don't have I clicked out of my schedule.
Softball's tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah,
By the way, follow us on social media on Chief Sports Net on Instagram and our Twitter accounts. Our X accounts, if you will, and you can get the little daily schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The Big Spur 24/7 actually is the Instagram account with the daily Gamecock schedule. You get your daily programming schedule on Chief Sports on Instagram, and you can follow that if you're on Instagram, which a lot of the kids are these days.
Yeah,
so I was distracted here. The oldest one, he comes in, he's hunting. During breaks, I got a question. I'm like, where's the cinnamon toast crunch? And I was like, I don't know because it's delicious. Don't get me wrong. I've eaten everything else under the sun the last 2 years, but not cinnamon toast crunch in a while. And so I looked in the closet. Sure enough, I can't find it because I'm male. And I just
perfectly reasonable explanation as to why you can't find something.
Never could find anything around here. And so I was talking to him, and I've got him some Portillo's coming.
Oh, there you
My
go.
man,
I mean,
Big
yeah,
C,
substitute a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch for a beef.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Oh,
he
that's
actually.
good.
So here we go today: cheese fries, bacon cheeseburger, which is good when you don't get the lettuce and tomato on it. I like lettuce and tomato on my burgers, but theirs sucks. I don't know what garden they grew this out of, what third world country they imported this lettuce and tomato from. It's nasty.
What commune that
communist
comes from?
It's not even lettuce. It's like it's made of paper, wood sharps. It sucks.
Recycled organic lettuce.
They have a pretty good like charred cheeseburger, man. That's pretty good. The strawberry shake.
Love a good
he was
salad
strawberry
cheeseburger.
shake. So he's great, man. That's our thing. We always order lunch, and so I'm not getting anything today because I can't take the power nap this afternoon because I got too much. I'm behind.
Right.
Daily. They got to get the podcast up for everybody and stuff like that.
The big lunch. I'm getting into a bad cycle of second dinner. Not really eating 2 dinners, but eating dinner. And then, a couple hours later, like just heavy snacking. And it's a terrible cycle. At least I'm not drinking while I'm doing it. That would be even worse. Been there.
Man,
but
I've
eaten way too much late at night, which I know is not good for me.
me and the wife, it's Tuesday tonight.
Yeah.
We used to do bingo every Tuesday. I mean, for a long time. Cut it out during football because you got to reserve some space in the tank for Saturday, right?
Right.
Which is epic. We went out about twice since the beginning of the year. Well, 3 times if you count the Super Bowl. So it's a March 4th. I think this is new for me, but I'm actually enjoying it. But it's that second dinner will get you. That gets me sometimes too. And the wife and I are totally off schedule because like I'm not a breakfast person. Right. I mean, she gets up every morning, eats breakfast. Oh my God. I can't even eat. I can go till noon, 1 o'clock, but I get up at 4:15 local time. So by 1 o'clock when we get off this bad boy, I'm starving.
Yes.
If I haven't eaten because I'll forget to eat. So I'll roll the lunch and then, I probably didn't get much sleep the night before. So it's time for a nice power nap, and then she gets home at 4:30, 5 o'clock and she's starving. So you got another meal in 3 hours. And I'm like, man, I can't do this.
Yeah, that's right. It's too many, too soon.
If it's there, I'm going to eat it.
Right.
But I'm like, I can't sit there and like make myself. So anyway, I got to get back on her schedule. So no Portillo's for me this morning. I'm going to have a nice protein shake and I'm sure I'll be starving so I can be starving at dinner like my wife.
Yeah, that's right.
That kind of thing.
It's only fair.
So let's talk a little football recruiting, shall we? I just got a sneak peek. I can't tell you exactly what's going on with it, but the 24/7 Sports 2026 updated top 247's out. There's some players I strongly believe they need to take a stronger look at that aren't on the list, but there's some Gamecocks that have moved up, some Gamecock targets that are there. I can't really give away if he's going to be ranked or not, but Dutch Fork defensive end Julian Walker is a player that, he's Jamil Walker's the strength coach at South Carolina's son, the assistant strength coach. He is at Dutch Fork and is a guy that as a junior, Phil, really good player. Everybody talked about him. Hale, I got to give Hale all the credit in the world. All hail, Hale, Hail, Hale, because he found this guy, he started talking him up. He's about 6'6", 6'5.5", big time defensive end in-state guy. Stats on staff at Carolina. Didn't really put much, a lot of kids nowadays, most of them put a lot out about their recruitment. Blessed to get an offer from Sam Houston State, baby.
Hey,
blessed to get an offer from the United States Merchant Marines Academy. I had a kid one time. I swear, gosh, this guy. There were two situations. All right, so let me finish my thoughts about Julian Walker and remind me to tell you about the 2 worst guys. Even this was kind of before the Twitter era, about the cutting of the list and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you this because they're kind of funny. But I didn't put a lot out about Twitter, kind of locally he was known. Well, then he kind of finally released his film a couple of months ago, and sure enough, the offers are pouring in. And I think Tennessee's getting he and his dad, I think when Carolina's on spring break, and the football program has a break, they're going to go visit a lot of schools. I think his relationship with South Carolina and the staff that's there now, even though his dad is on staff, the relationship's deeper beyond that. I think South Carolina's going to be in pretty good shape and enough to withstand, some of the other potential suitors. But he is a really, really good player, and another local guy that I think in this in-state class, Phil, we were kind of focused on the Rock Hill DB, all the safeties and all the offensive linemen. And then you have House from Newberry who committed early, and, Trey Aikens, an offensive lineman, and you have Jalen McGill at running back, who's kind of fallen down a lot of boards across the country right now. And, there's just, you kind of look around the state and you see these guys, and I think there'll be more that pops up. But then Walker was a guy that just kind of, boom, there he is. And he's certainly the prototype. He's probably a little thicker and less raw version of Devin Taylor, dare I say.
All right.
So I think that's it. And Jazavian Currents, of course, number one prospect in the state. I would anticipate him remaining that way in a big way. After and that's the thing. Here's what's interesting. And I mentioned this. I think I mentioned this too. With Currents, he's like a big 6'3", 215-pound Nick Ean Warry type of defensive back. He goes to the Navy All-American game because juniors can play in it now. And he shined. He looked very good out there. Very, very good,
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, wow, will, after all the combine stuff, and if Ean Warry goes in the first round, will there be a subconscious thing where, South Carolina, tall plus size DB, because that happens. That happens with recruiting rankings. You take everything you can possibly get because it's very hard to do. And I'm a little critical of some of the rankings, just like everybody. And I'm looking at it from one point of view and then trying to use my stupid memory to compare to get players from the past, but it's not the past, JC. So in fairness and to kind of defend the industry, and I'm going to continue to disagree. And I'm usually right because some of the players I think are a lot better than the ranking end up being a lot better than the ranking, but not always. Sometimes I'm wrong. That happens. And I'm wondering though, because that subconscious thing where, okay, this player played here and this player reminds me of the same player and he's going there. So in my mind, maybe they're good. Maybe I should give them the benefit of the doubt, because a lot of times when you're ranking guys, the benefit of the doubt comes into play, because I swear, someday go look at the position rankings, because that's how we used to do it. And that's hard. And it's hard to distribute them because you're like looking and you're like, well, we really like this kid. He's a top 5 guy at his position. And then he ends up being 101st in the country. And you have thousands of Auburn people talking about how biased you are against Auburn. And you thought you did something good. But those big top lists where you're comparing position to position and state to state, Phil, that's hard.
Yeah. We actually got different sets of eyes on these guys evaluating between the two, right? I mean, so yeah, it's got to be tough.
Yeah. Kreger asked about Currents. He says, I want him so bad. Well, he's committed, brother. There's another, though. There is another. Did Vader say that, or was that Obi-Wan?
No, Yoda says it to Obi-Wan.
Oh, Yoda said, there is another. There is another. Another there is.
To Obi-Wan's ghost, actually. It was Force Ghost.
Another there is. Vader. Have you ever noticed that the same voice of Grover from Sesame Street?
I was just
And
I watched a Sesame Street documentary yesterday, right? So
oh my God.
I mean, if it's Muppets, I'm in. It doesn't matter.
I love the Muppets.
I
yeah.
love Jim Henson. Yeah, Frank Oz. But yes, Frank Oz, the puppeteer for Grover, Miss Piggy.
Kirby.
No, Bert rather. Bert is also Yoda.
Ernie. Yes.
I got all up in my feels watching that last night. It was very nostalgic, I'm a product of my generation. So yeah, I've done the Sesame Street, but yeah, no, man, if it's got Muppets, I'm all in.
Oscar the Grouch, Snuffleupagus.
Funny that the guy that played Big Bird, Carol Spinney, the late Carol Spinney, played two characters on Sesame Street, both Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch. And for certain episodes, if he had to do both in one episode, he would just leave the big long bird legs on to crouch down behind the garbage can to do Oscar the Grouch. So there's a couple of shots of him, like still photos of him with half bird, half grouch.
Well, that's awesome.
I love that. Was great. Yeah, I was on Prime.
The Dave Chappelle stand up about Sesame Street and Oscar the Grouch is hilarious.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yes. I won't repeat any of it.
No,
here.
we can't repeat.
All right, so gosh, Frank Oz directed some movie. It had De Niro in it that it was late.
Directorial credits.
Well, somehow Marlon Brando ended up in the cast. I think it was that last one. It was like The Heist or something. Ed Norton, Marlon. It's like Ed Norton, Robert De Niro, and then Brando was a bit part. And Brando's like 78. He's notoriously tough to work with. I believe this is the movie. You can check that if you want, Phil. I think it was called The Heist. Set in Canada, and I was looking forward to seeing it because we're sitting there and it's like, oh man, De Niro, and then gosh, Brando's got a cameo in it. I mean, this is gonna be awesome. It was a very average movie, kind of like Copland. Copland had a lot of people in it,
yeah,
and it kind of was like, this sucks.
Was it Heist or The Score?
The Score,
yes.
Okay,
The Score.
The Score. Did Frank Oz direct that?
Yes. Yeah,
so apparently Brando hated Frank Oz like every other director, and he kept calling him Miss Piggy all the time. He was like, yeah, but I think I got to put my lines on the card. I can't work here like this with Miss Piggy over there. Bobby, called him De Niro. Come over here and let's just do the scene. They said Frank Oz, they kept calling him Miss Piggy over and over again. Oh, this is clown, Miss Piggy is clown, But
it'd be interesting. This is an interesting director credit here for Frank Oz. Like he's got some fairly heavy hitters. Like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. That's
freaking
great movie. What About Bob? I mean, come on.
What About Bob was tremendous.
Golly.
So
Stepford Wives. Wow, that's interesting.
Stepford Wives, crazy. But
way to go, Grover.
Yeah, Grover. Ernie. Oh, gee, Bert. But yeah, dude, all the voices were awesome. Like, hi, this is Kermit the Frog here. I loved the Muppets. The Muppets. Those two old guys, man. That sit up in the balcony.
Waldorf and Statler.
Yeah. That's going to be that's how I envisioned the show in about 20 years.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, the two of us.
That was terrible. Sit up there.
I was only missing one thing. Comedy.
So anyway, I'm going to circle back on this. Yeah, Jazamian Currents is already committed to Carolina. He's solidly committed too. I mean, he's out there actively recruiting another good future Gamecock from South Point High School in Rock Hill. And he's a freak. But Tri-State chimes in the Nana Sports chat box, Phil, and reminds everyone of Tamarian Watkins.
Yep.
Who I think people that aren't ranking him are missing the boat on him a little bit. He's got some crystal ball picks in for Carolina, Texas A&M's in there, Georgia's in there. He's got some heavy hitters. He's from Northwestern High School, home of the Trojans, also in Rock Hill. So it's funny, and folks in the chat box and listening, maybe you could, Rock Hill is such a high level producer of football talent. But I notice sometimes things go in waves. Like you'll have like a bunch of corners or a bunch of defensive players or linemen or whatever. You had a stretch. You have quarterbacks. Justin Worley and Mason Rudolph are right in there together. Gilmore and Gilmore's little brother and Holloman and those guys. The defensive backs going all the way back to Chris Hope and all the way through to Darion Kendrick. I look at it now and you kind of wonder, is this the Rock Hill football era of the plus size defensive backs? Now you got to have more than two to make a trend, in my opinion, Phil.
Right.
But two of those rare kind of guys, that's pretty solid for one town.
Yeah.
And then you got the player from Pro Franklin no, not Pro Franklin, Contavious Anderson. Pro Anderson from Dorman, who is one of the better safeties in the country as well. So, gosh, if Carolina can get all of those guys, get their share of the in-state offensive lineman, get Walker, I don't know that they'll end up going on McGill, maybe, but they're going to need probably another running back regardless, unless they get Carson Baker. That's a heck of an in-state class. And then you look into North Carolina where you got Rodney Dunham. A bunch of defensive tackles, which are very important this year. I think they'll probably sign their normal 5 or 6 man class out of Georgia, where at least half of them are really, really good out of that next tier, and maybe 5 out of 6. So it's setting up to be a nice 2026 recruiting cycle. And of course, Hale reported yesterday, there's a lot of guys coming in for visits. Not starting anytime soon because we're back kind of in the contact period now. But once spring practice starts, it'll be like I said this on 107.5 today, about like a parade. Since it's Mardi Gras today,
right,
the parade, the parade of talent in and out of the Gamecock football office for that. But I'll tell you the story, guys. Cutting their list, it's hilarious. The first one that was hilariously bad was an Arizona State kid. I think I've mentioned before. He had one offer, no other offers whatsoever from anybody, and decided he was going to commit on Christmas Day.
Jeez.
And I had Arizona State duty at the time for 24/7. So I had to sit there and wait on this kid to tweet his obvious commitment on Christmas Day. This other dude,
pause in your day, right? Yeah.
Now this was a while back, like maybe 2010 class, something like that. Maybe when we first started 24/7, it may have been Rivals, maybe even ESPN during that period. This kid, good kid from Orlando, ended up signing with Colorado State, but was one of these guys. Back then, we had some high school coaches that were a little bit, I don't know, a little bit disingenuous with things because you didn't really have a way to verify a lot. And I think some of them mistaken letters for offers. Because back then coaches would send a lot of mail, hey, I'm Nick Saban and I love you.
And I love
it was a form letter, but it said he loved you,
yes.
And it's like, and so this kid, he claimed like 40 offers. Wasn't that good at all. Honest to God, was happy he signed with Colorado State. Happy. And this is way before like Bobo took the cost. I guess it was the 2000s sometime. And he was a good kid. And he'd always text me when he got his offers. And looking back on it is when he got letters. Right. And so it's like, gosh, very little happened on Saturdays in recruiting, right? It was a day you could safely take off. So I get this text at 7:00 p.m. on a Saturday. I'm trimming my list. I'm like, good. Okay,
good.
Right. Maybe I'll get some news. I've been answering your text and reporting every time you claim an offer. Maybe this will be, and it wasn't. He sent a group text to like everybody. And he cut it to the top 20. And the Merchant Marines were in there. And then one of his answers was just saying screw it and joining the Army. And then his other ones were like Florida, Notre Dame, Ohio. And then he throw a MAC school in there, Toledo.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Eastern Michigan. I mean, dude, I will never forget that cutting of the list to 20.
I've cut it to 20.
And it was like, it was December, Phil.
Jeez.
You know, it was kind of, yeah, it was just during the kind of a dead time. It was December. Everybody was signing the first week of February. I'm like, you're not going to be taking 20 official visits. You're only legally able to take 5.
Right.
And most of these schools on this list. So I was very happy when he signed with the Rams of Colorado State at the end of the day. But I'll never forget that.
That's funny.
That was the most unbelievable list I've ever seen. There were some characters, man. In state, the two of them that were the most fun to track. Carolina got neither one. Were Sam Montgomery and Latique Townsend. Those guys. Latique, during a high school football game, he ends up a friend of mine was at the Marlboro County game, and dude just rolls up into the stands and starts signing autographs in the middle of the night.
Wow.
And Sam Montgomery was a fascinating individual as well. It was funny because at the time, North Carolina had John Blake, the bag man. Butch Davis was up there. I tell you what, had Butch Davis not gotten in trouble and fired, North Carolina would have had some glory years, right? So the bag man had him, right? Old Blake had gotten him, and everybody thought Sam was going to North Carolina. And he just signs with LSU and his mom, and he just moved from Greenwood to Baton Rouge like within a week.
Oh, wow.
Whatever from him again. And here's the thing. I did some checking on this. LSU didn't like pay for any of that or anything. It was random as hell.
Wow.
But he was always hilarious to talk to. He had, like, you do an in-person interview with Sam Montgomery. Because in Greenwood, through that period, you had Sam, and then Kelsey Quarles was a year behind him, and DJ Swearinger was in Sam's class. So I knew all those kids. Man, DJ Swearinger was one of the best kids to deal with in recruiting all the way around. I mean, that kid, I was so happy he turned out. He's boxing now, I think.
I know. I think.
Have you seen that?
He's putting one together here in Columbia, right?
I bet he's a hell of a boxer, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't fight him. I wouldn't fight DJ Swearinger.
No, you don't fight a man like that. I don't care how old he is.
And I'll tell you this, Phil, and I'll be honest. I always knew he had some intensity about him as a player, but I didn't see it coming. I didn't see the player he became coming, not from a talent standpoint, from just the sheer will he had on the field.
Right.
Now, he showed it on film, but you met him as a high school recruit. He was kind of quiet and reserved, happy-go-lucky, stayed in communication and all that stuff. You didn't know that there was a guy that was an absolute animal on the field. And credit, I guess, Lorenzo Ward. And Lorenzo Ward was his coach the whole time with getting that out of him, because that guy was special. And he is a good person, too. DJ's a great individual. So
yeah, and I think now he's a single father right now. Like, yeah, he's still out there doing it, running camps, and now he's fighting.
He got every last bit out of his pro career and gave it. Like a guy like him, he gets 110%. I mean, we talk often now, because it is an issue more and more with guys that do they love football? That's a question. Some guys don't. They're really good at football. They don't necessarily love it,
right?
But there's a guy that we'll look up loves football in the dictionary. DJ Swearinger's right there. I mean, that guy.
Didn't he go? He was like, what, 9 seasons in the NFL, and
yeah, man,
couldn't get that 10th one, which I thought was kind of crappy, considering some of these teams that needed some defensive backfield help wouldn't give him that 10th season because that qualifies you, right, for some NFL benefits of some sort. The 10th year.
Is it 10 years? No. Man, ask AI on Google.
Yeah, let's see.
When is NFL pension vested? I don't think it's 10. It may have. because so Corey Miller played 9 because I know he was vested, if I'm not mistaken. I know DeMarco played 10, but I thought it was a lower number. Like, I don't know. Check.
Oh, there is a 3 years active roster or injured reserve.
3 years. Oh, 3. Yeah.
I thought there was some sort of milestone after 10 years, though.
That may be there. May be it. Sorry, I just swallowed the wrong way. There may be a different.
It could be tiered.
Some of their tiered benefits.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right, so we got to get to our final break. I want to remind everyone of our newest sponsor. You know those really snazzy belts that are woven. Whew, they're hot. They're about $150 most places. You can get them from $99.99 plus golf towels, golf tees. I'm calling it faith, freedom, and forever to thee, because they got American stuff. You got some Christianity crosses and stuff to show off your faith, and honor God, and also a lot of Gamecock stuff. And go to palmettogolfing.com. That company is called Palmetto Golf and Belt, so check it out. Gamecock owned and operated. A good friend of mine has it. Really quality stuff. I'm going to get a belt myself here pretty soon because you can't beat the deal, and it's just as good. That is palmettogolfing.com, Palmetto Golf and Belt. Proud sponsor of the show, coffee, thebigspur.com. Just about anything I touch, palmettogolfing.com is a sponsor. Palmetto Golf and Belt. We'll be right back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown Brewer. Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
All the football talk makes me want to go back to Williams-Brice. Won't be long now. Time will fly. We'll blink, and August will be here. And then next thing you know, it'll be September, and home games will fire back up again. It's exciting. Love it. This is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. We are in our final segment of our 600th episode.
Yay!
Lots of round numbers in there. Look at that. We did it.
That's hard for me to believe that we're at 600.
I know.
When did we launched this? What, August of 2022? So
22. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that's a full 2 years to last preseason. We're third year.
Yeah, we're in our third season.
We're in it's the third season.
3. Mm-hmm.
So wow,
going strong.
So season 4 will start.
Yeah, we'll call it when August.
Yeah.
Well, after
the July break. After the July break.
That's right.
600 episodes.
I know, man. Crazy.
My head hurts.
It's the headphones. They get to me. That is one thing I've noticed is I can't wear these as long. I have to take them off, especially like in this hour of the day too. Like every break, I've taken them off. I gotta have.
Sorry for you.
No, it's all right. Like I'll just kick it to the side like this. That way at least one of them can breathe. And then. Yeah, but it is aggravating. The headphones are the worst. And, Dina's like, well, just go get you some earbuds or whatever.
Like, no. No.
I'm like, no.
My wife, everybody in this house wears these earbuds. I don't like putting stuff into my ears.
I don't like it, right? Yeah.
When I get older, I hope technologies where there's the hearing aid is smaller, or I'm gonna be walking around going, hey, what?
No, I'm already doing that. Like, yeah. Yeah, my dad's about really deaf, and I'm heading down that path. Apparently, the genetics have gotten me. It's probably there's some that and some just love loud music and concerts and was in bands for so long and confined spaces and yeah.
And now you got headphones on for 4 hours a day.
I know. I keep them turned way down. Like my monitor is low.
I have to turn mine up on my computer. Because I for a long time I couldn't hear myself because I didn't have the right type of mic, and then Mike,
right,
Mike Morgan told me what to get because and I can hear myself, but I have to turn the volume up to hear me, and then you're at like top volume,
right? Yeah, so I can't. I have to not turn myself up.
Yeah,
to hear myself in my earphones, or I know I'll be coming out way too hot for everybody else, which, again, Mike put us onto these good mics, so that's part of it.
Yeah, I like mine. I like my mic.
I love my mic. Mike,
the queen of the cocks checking in from the Show Me State in the Nana Sports chat box.
Yeah, artillery, that's not going to help you either, Queen.
Yeah. Between loud music and artillery, my ears are already shot in my mid-20s, dude. Brother, good Lord. Oh man, Krager said earlier he wants Franklin too. Yeah, Franklin's really good, and he's not the 6'3", 6'4" freaky. He's just good, like good. Like that guy, he's the best. They say the best. Some say
he's terrific.
Better. He's terrific. Some say the best. They're saying the best, but anyway. But yeah, it's an exciting time. And I think this is so good. And Phil, this 2026 class, I think what makes it cool is the 2025 class and Clint, who I haven't seen today. Should we do a wellness check on Clint?
Yeah,
was he in earlier?
We were talking about recruiting. We should do a Clint
maybe
wellness
he's
check.
probably
sometimes work. He was in here earlier, but
I was good. Okay, well,
sometimes work gets in the way.
But is Clint and everybody that likes recruiting and follows it closely. Probably myself included. I even said this last off season, like around June. I was like, well, they had to change personnel directors midstream. That is more crucial than it used to be. Very crucial. Probably cost them a couple of commits at the time. And I thought, well, this class is going to be in-state heavy. It's really based on the 2023 season, right? Where there wasn't a lot of big home games. It was 5 and 7. You had idiots talking about Beamer being on the hot seat, and all this stuff and all that never helps recruiting. NIL was just okay at the time, although high school players really aren't your major expenses in the NIL. It's returning players and veterans and portal guys, although the high school guys do get taken care of. So, I kind of felt like, Phil, I even mentioned like the 2008 class, which was, I'm sorry, the 06 class, Spurrier's second class. Spurrier's first class was a top 15 class, full of busts.
Yeah, just didn't pan out.
No, it really his two classes that were, and really at Florida, it was kind of this way too. He had some classes that were ranked number one where half of them were just like, yeah, I can't coach those guys, But anyway, in the first class, okay, so Kenny McKinley obviously turned out the late Kenny McKinley. Jared Cook was in that first class and obviously was a longtime pro. You had some other guys like Jonathan Hanna and O.J. Murdoch that did not pan out. O.J. passed away as well, I believe. Carlos Thomas was supposed to be this big-time receiver, but he ended up being pretty good at corner. Then you go to 06, right? And 06 was not a top 25 class. It was not a very highly rated class at all, Phil. It was kind of thrown together. Clemson, that was the year they got CJ Spiller. You want to talk about a miserable signing day for the Gamecocks. It was like that Clemson class was like, oh Lord have mercy. Tommy Bowden Dabo actually got so here's what happened in 06, right? Check this out. Ricky Sapp was the top player in the state, went to Clemson. He's a 5-star. Adam Patterson was at Richland Northeast. He didn't pan out, but he was a top 80 guy. At the end, stunned everybody and went to Michigan. Byron Maxwell, we remember him from Fort Dorchester, Clemson. Prince Miller from Burns went to Georgia. Carolina didn't offer Ben Alexander. We couldn't figure it out. He was a D tackle from T.L. Hanna. He went to Texas. Clifton Gathers was in that class. Clifton Gathers ended up going to Georgia initially, but came back and went to South Carolina. There was a fullback from Irmo that ended up at Ohio State, Aram Olson. Carolina's highest rated player in the state, Garrett Anderson from Dutch Fork, and they almost lost him to Clemson. Darius Gaither, Clemson. Dakota Watson, FSU. Jamal Medlin, Clemson. Ronnie Tyler from Wagner Sally ended up at Maryland. Mo Brown, here we go, 13th, went to Clemson. You go on and on. Nick Prochak was a Carolina recruit. I mean, there were just a lot of guys, man. Terrell Brandon from Broome goes to Vanderbilt and stars and plays really, really well for the Commodores. I mean, there are some guys they kind of missed on too. But you see the point. Carolina got its ass handed to it in state. And that was, how do we say it? Disappointing. But listen to who they actually signed in the class. This class was ranked 33rd in the country.
Right. Yeah, that's because I'm looking at the class now.
Yeah, they actually signed it as Spurrier. This is the most Steve Spurrier recruiting class ever. Well, shoot, looks like we got a lot of players, didn't we? Eric Norwood. All right, so here I'll read this list off. Eric Norwood, pretty good player.
Not bad.
Jasper Brinkley, pretty good player. Emmanuel Cook, pretty good player. Darian Stewart, pretty good player. Captain Munnerlin, pretty good player. Spencer Lanning came in as a walk-on that year. Lanning Spencer. I mentioned Mo Brown. I mentioned Garrett Anderson. Chris Smelly. And say what you want about his career. He threw for a lot of yards. He was top 10 in passing career for a while here. You keep going. Terrence Campbell played a lot of football here as an offensive player. Casper Brinkley played a lot of football, was a starter here. Hutch Eckerson started at tackle on the 2010 SEC East Championship team. Rodney Paulk was a how many year starter here at linebacker. So you look at the bust rate in this class, and it's one of the lower ones Spurrier had. Yet on signing day, we're all flipping out. Or I was kind of doing a job at the time working at Rivals, but because the Gamecocks just didn't. I mean, they got just cut in state. The 4 people they did sign in state though actually ended up being pretty good. In like I said, Spencer Lanning was a walk on. Lanning Spencer, Rodney Paulk was a multi-year starter. Garrett Anderson was a multi-year starter. Mo Brown, played a lot and started, especially there toward the end of his career. He's made his share of plays, certainly. So that's 4 of the 5 in-state guys actually ended up contributing, and that's a higher number than a lot of classes they've signed. So, I don't know. Kreger, his phone, he does voice to text, which is funny. Wash your gut.
Wash your gut.
That's the first 3 letters of his Nana Sports chat box message. Wash your gut. Wash your gut feeling about Baker.
That's all right. These
Anyway.
these voice to texts are not
It gets
set up for our dialects.
They haven't perfected the AI for that yet. Carson Baker, to me, is Georgia's after him pretty hard. He actually went up to Clemson recently and got an offer. Went right up 85. So I'd say they're probably in the mix. Really fast back, a great athlete. I know Carolina's after him hard. I can't sit there with a straight face and say they'll get him right now. I'm just not ready to do that. Could they? Yes. But I think with recruiting, you're always looking for things to start breaking a certain way as we get kind of, with the tea leaves and stuff. And it just hasn't broken in any direction yet. If I was forced to make a prediction, I'd probably go with the safe bet and say Georgia. But I don't know. A lot. It depends on a lot between now and then. I know Marquell Blackwell's recruiting him very hard. He is a top priority for the Gamecocks, but they have other backs too that they're looking at. I think running back Phil in this class, along with D tackle, I would circle those 2 positions. Certainly, I think you got to take advantage of the in-state talent when it's there.
Right.
And so offensive line will have some good number, and the secondary, obviously, with the the players in state. I think what they're doing at receiver is going for bigger outside guys. You can tell that by like some of the players that they're in on right now. And so I think that I think that running back, they probably would like to have 1 or 2, maybe a high school guy and then a younger portal guy like Jordan Howell was, if they can get that. But running back's also one of those things that you can do quite well in the portal if you want. Even if you miss on a guy, you miss on a Justice Haynes. There's a Rasul Faison right around the corner in there.
That's right. Yeah, there's Mario Anderson's at D2 all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina, the 3 backs they got out of the portal for this last cycle certainly were beneficial. Let's say Jawarn Howell, who I still think could start next year. I'm not willing to say it's going to be Attaway or Faison.
I like that. You got to love competition, man. That's what drives it.
Yeah, and at that spot, you never know. I mean, you're really a bad day at the office away with a twisted ankle or something, or like a Rocket Sanders type injury with an ankle sprain.
Yeah, you're a high ankle sprain from missing a month.
A high ankle, for a month. From going from 3 to 2 really quick.
Mm-hmm.
And you're always going to play 2 because you're not going to run 1 30 times anymore. They just don't do that anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
So I look at it. Gosh, that Rocket Sanders injury, by the way, I don't think I'll tell this story. I probably have said something about it. I don't remember much of everything I said during football, but we have different listeners. You can hear it again.
That's right.
So the Akron game, the wife and I kind of hung out, and I did honeydew list that day because it was Akron. We didn't do our normal Saturday. And so we're sitting there eating a pizza in the bed, and that happens. And I'm watching the game, because it's Akron, and I knew Carolina was probably going to beat the crap out of them. And he goes out, and a buddy of mine was kind of up in the expensive seats and was around someone that would know, that heard from the locker room it was a high ankle sprain. Now, for those that there's a big difference between high ankle and ankle. High ankle, gosh, that's what happened to Demetrius Summers his freshman year. He just wasn't the same after that happened.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so-
it's like anybody that plays fantasy football, when you hear that, I need 4 to 6 weeks here.
Yeah,
4 to 6 if you're lucky.
yes, especially at running back, dude, where you got to, cut and plant.
Oh, yeah, right.
And that was so disappointing. But that was legit information too. It was just kind of whoever told my guy that was kind of jumping the gun a little bit. They hadn't really checked. They just assume, what they say about assuming. When you assume, it makes an ass out of you and me and everybody
right.
else. I never reported that because I was going to wait and see, because I was like, that's catastrophic. They're winning 50-7.
Yeah.
That's just a boring game, Wasn't boring for some of the backup players. Wasn't boring for Robbie Ashford, right?
No,
243
got in there.
That works, yeah. So and some of the backups that played that night, but Connor Cox caught a touchdown in that game. And then 13 quarterback through it. So but yeah, so then it came out that it wasn't in. And of course, Rocket was back. I don't think he was 100% against Ole Miss. That's something a lot of people don't really talk about, is how healthy were Sellers and Rocket during the Ole Miss game.
Yeah. It's
I certainly think they were healthy enough to play.
right.
Were they as good as they were against LSU? No. Were they as good as they were the next week against Alabama? No. And
you got to figure they're probably at that tier, right, where you're healthy enough to where you're not worried about re-injuring because you're playing, timidly, because if when you start playing in a timid fashion is when you usually get hurt bad.
Yeah,
out
exactly.
there.
And
Yeah.
you're worried about it. And so it's like, I'm with you too. I think people, and that's why I don't like some of the targeting rules, because there's a defensive player that's going to pull up and unnaturally contort his body to avoid a penalty, where if he went ahead with the hit, it would probably just be a standard football hit, just a little too rough, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the defensive player is going to get seriously hurt trying to contort his body and slam. It's like slamming on the brakes,
right,
in a fast car.
Mhm.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Well, you see a lot of guys, like, they'll pull their face up right at the last minute and contort their neck like that so that they don't hit with the crown of the helmet. How many more injuries is that causing?
I mean,
because you're taking a chest to an already pushed back face, neck strain, things like that. I mean, that's the wear and tear of the season too. I mean, you go after and get hit like that time and time and time again, you're going to be a lot more sore at game 12 than you were at game 1.
No doubt. That's crazy. So, but you make a great point there. But I don't know. And I'm not talking about, I don't know if they were healthy. That makes a difference in that football game, because the Ole Miss defense played Carolina perfectly and had their number. They kind of just let them drive up and down the field and waited around for them to screw it up. But
it's some momentum killing decisions from
the
sidelines early in that game. Yeah,
it was not the head coach's best day.
No,
which was fine. But you look at that game and you do. I don't know that it made a difference, but when you watch those two move around against Ole Miss in that game, they were a step slow.
Yeah,
a step timid. So I don't know. That was disappointing. I think certainly everyone on the roster is looking forward to going to Oxford this year.
Yeah.
There will be no Walter Nolan to have to block. Good God,
Jeez,
that
I
guy.
know.
You see, he's climbing up some draft boards.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was already a little low. I didn't know if that was just measurables or, I mean,
it's
the
beyond
lists
me.
get more real after last week, obviously.
Yeah. It's beyond me why he wasn't. I mean, that guy is insane.
He should be up there with, Abdul Carter, right? I mean, competing for those stops.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned him, like I was talking about DJ Swearinger earlier. A lot of times, the biggest problem you have for a big, talented D tackle like that is he takes plays off. In high school, it happens half the time. You'll go watch one of these dudes play.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't understand. The local dudes that were big high school fans from all the states, I would get emails from. I went and saw this guy play. I didn't hear his name once. He didn't do nothing. I swear. And sure enough, man, I went to my stepson's high school game, and Illinois signed a defensive tackle from this place called Homewood Flossmoor. So I'm like, oh, good guy. I'll get to do some scouting. This will be great.
That's right.
I did see the quarterback too that committed to Oregon and then flipped to Southern Cal recently. Good luck, Lincoln Riley, with all that. Anyway, that's I'm just saying that right now. Watch him win the Heisman, but I'm just saying that after based on one game. And I didn't hear this kid go to Illinois' name called one time all night. And my stepson's team, Lockport, had to move a linebacker to running back. They were like their fourth team running back because everybody else had gotten hurt. Jeez. This guy ran for like 265 yards. Didn't hear this big time Illinois guy once because he just wasn't playing hard.
Yeah.
I mean, just what that's the biggest problem with these guys because they're so big and athletic. They're gifted. They're the most gifted, some of those gifted athletes in football. Because, all right, there's a lot of guys that are 6'5", 320. There's not a lot of guys that are 6'5", 320 and can stand flat-footed and dunk a basketball. Or go up for a windmill over the top
have the
of
arm
everybody.
span, right? Yeah,
These
or
dudes are
the hops. You're right.
I love defensive line for that reason, especially D tackle. But if you're just Johnny high school football guy and you go to watch him and you're expecting this guy to put on a show, well, he's probably going to put on a show if you go watch him shoot basketball. But in a football game, if he's on a team that's 6-4, he's just going to, and in college, it's a little bit better because guys understand they got to do it for real and they'll be on the bench, but not all the time, especially with a big 5-star guy like that. Yeah. But Walter Nolan flat out brings it, dude.
Yeah.
And he's
understand
a player.
Yeah. He's going to be good.
I saw him go into the Eagles. And I was like, how many more great players from the SEC are you idiots going to give the Philadelphia Eagles?
Right. Has nobody figured this out yet?
So you're telling me that they're going to have Walter Nolan and Jalen Carter. And I mean, what the hell?
I know. It's so frustrating to me being a Washington fan too. It's why do we just keep letting these guys get away with it?
And it's like this for like the Patriots had late draft picks and largely built a great franchise by out evaluating everybody.
The stellar evals,
some
right?
of the guys they took in late round, you're like, oh no, they're not good. The Eagles are building it because everybody else is stupid.
You're right, because they're just letting these players fall in their lap, chasing
Absolutely.
quarterbacks that aren't worth a shit.
The moronic Bears that traded up so the Eagles could draft Jalen Carter.
Yeah, that's right.
Traded up to draft Darnell Wright. Not a bad player, but a right tackle in the top 10. And then the Eagles just drafted Jalen Carter. So they got a draft pick out of it.
Who
and
fell?
Jalen Carter.
I cannot believe he fell like that.
He was the best. He could end up being the best player in that draft.
Right. I mean, it's. I think you get to the point, and Mike makes a good point about drafting, and that you're sitting in these meetings in this front office. You're the GM. Your job's on the line, and you can't let a quarterback slide through that could turn out to be the next Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, screw that. You take the best player off the board if you're in the number one spot, or you trade to get picks. But you don't like. This year's going to be a prime example because the more and more I see, looks like Tennessee is leaning Cam Ward. I'm like, I don't care. I don't. If I get fired, I get fired. Because you know what? That's not going to play out for another 3 years yet, is it? But you know what? You can take a known quantity and an Abdul Carter who's going to wreck the offensive lines.
Yeah.
Why not just go that route? That way you buy yourself a little time, wait for another batch of, top end QBs to come back and then trade. But my gosh, hey, and take it from a guy that watched the Washington Redskins give away 10 years to get RG3 as the number 2 pick that year. Gave away 10 years of viability.
Brilliant.
I mean, it be like that sometimes, right?
How about the Falcons, dude? How about the Falcons? They paid $40 million.
$40 million
for Kirk Cousins, who you're very familiar with. I mean, they're like, he's going to win a Super Bowl. Sure, moron.
Okay, sure, right.
And then Penix is, now they look smart because they drafted Penix.
Right, yeah.
Because
they
they
got him.
Poop Creek without that guy.
Yeah.
So anyway, Queen of the
How
Cox
much
mentions.
more guaranteed money is Kirk Cousins got?
He's like the Bobby Bonilla of pro football.
It really is. Like, there should be every place that Kirk has
Day.
been, it should have a Kirk Cousins Day because Bobby Bonilla Day, same thing. Pay him to get out of here.
I'm telling you, bro. Well, anyway, I guess we got to get out of here. The 600th episode of Inside the Gamecocks, the show, is in the books.
Yeah, man.
Tomorrow we will have episode 601. I have coffee in the morning. I don't know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm behind. I started coffee this morning. I got to catch up.
I just talk about
it for some content.
One of my favorite things that I like to say when all else fails. I have some other topics on my spreadsheet that I'm going to get to, but when all else fails, I'll pull out one of my, JC-isms when I talk about job, program, team.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite discussions. It's it offers you some perspective.
And it's just kind of a check-in to Carolina football and all that. And I talk about the forthcoming congressional hearing today.
Oh, that's right. I need to. I do my due diligence and go back and listen to that.
Yeah, it'll be crazy. But don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow. Also, tomorrow, I believe a new Tailgate Talks with Pat and Steven will drop. I think I can text JB on that. Also, tomorrow night, the late night Gamecock show on Chief Sports with Matt and Alex. No late night Gamecock show tonight, of course, because they got basketball this evening. Senior night at the Colonial Life Arena. It was Craig that got the tickets.
It was Craig that got the tickets.
I gave an old Craiger. My buddy Rod texted me. He's like, anybody wants these tickets for free? And I'm like, for basketball tonight? I was like, yeah. First person I thought about was I actually text Matt, speaking of late night Gamecock.
Yeah.
Because he told me anytime he come across tickets, let me know. And he had an obligation. But the first member of the public I thought about to go to was Craig. And Craig, thanks to you, man. You're a great listener, and thanks for taking them, because I was actually kind of sweating it.
So that you wouldn't be able to offload them.
Take the tickets.
I know.
They're pretty good seats, but he said he's taking his son over tonight. So have a great time, man. That's what it's all about. Phil, get us out of here, man, on the worst day of the week, Tuesday.
That's right. Terrible Tuesday finally coming to a conclusion. JC said it. We've got late night Gamecock show will be tomorrow. JB, actually, Alex is rescheduled for tomorrow. That way he can give his thoughts on the basketball game as well, as opposed to doing it a day ahead, as well as the baseball game against Davidson. And everybody, we got plenty of, we could fire up the TVs and radios simultaneously, because we'll have to kind of balance things out for about an hour, I think, looking at the schedules. But either way, he's JC Sherbert. I'm Phil Mullinax. This is episode 600 of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Y'all have a great rest of your evening, and go Cox.